Hello, everyone. Welcome. Welcome. Welcome to okay. I need to be sure. Yes. Good morning. So we're streaming on YouTube already. And hi. Welcome everyone. We're waiting for our host for today. Waiting for our host for today. Thank you all for joining yesterday. Yesterday was a very, very insightful session. And the replay is up on YouTube. I will still share that today, at the end of today, the link. But if you want it, you can still DM me. I'll send it directly to you. The link for yesterday's session. I'm trying to see if our host has joined today. Good morning. Good morning. So, I guess if you have your drinks, your food, because we're going to be going in today. Try and maybe cover a lot of things in the stipulated time that we have. And okay, so our host is here today because I don't know how to do this thing. So let me see and give her right take over this event. Uh, I really apologize. For some reason, our internet went off, so she's trying to get it up and running. So please welcome. She's finally here. Okay.
Morning, Tommy. Sam.
Good thing. I've been waiting for you.
I know. I just like, my goodness, of all days, of all moments, right now.
I know.
So I'm having to use my phone while I still try to log in with my laptop. For some reason, it's just not working.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just give you all the rights that you need right now.
No problem.
Okay.
Right.
Yay!
Sorry, so my background is it's an interesting one. So let me work on that. much better. Okay. Hello to all of our participants. Thank you all so much for joining in. Maybe we should just give a few seconds whilst that's happening. Tommy, can you be our DJ and give us some music? You can. All right. Hi everyone. So while we're just waiting, let's give a few minutes to other participants to join in. I think we can insert the national anthem. I mean, it's still the month of October, so it's still our independence month, right? Yes. So this is for those who are in Nigeria, that is. To all of those joining us from YouTube, you're welcome. Thank you all so much for giving us a moment of your day today. I know you could be doing so much more. I mean, it's a Saturday, catching up on chores, going for Owambes, and other very exciting activities, but you chose to invest your day and your time with us today, and we do not take that for granted. So my name is Chioma Emerechi Obonda, and I will be your host for today. Yesterday was super exciting. Yesterday was a very exciting introduction of what the whole edition for this third edition for the Homeschooling Conversation is about. And I'm very sure that with the lineup of speakers and panelists that we have today is just going to be amazing. So some tips for you before we get right into it. Get your notebook. I have mine because I told you yesterday, guys, yesterday was like super loaded. We had so many insightful, practical information shared. Yes, I'm excited for today too, Blessing. Like, I'm super excited. I really took so many tips from the first aid we had with Dr. Anne. We had one of the finest gentlemen that I've had the privilege to listen to yesterday as well. And he talks to us, giving us perspective from the husband's view, the dad's view on homeschooling. It was like, so please, if you can, we're going to share the replay from yesterday. Please take your time to listen to it. And there was a question that one of the participants had asked about how to sort of introduce the idea of it all to your partner. And if that's your situation, one of the things that was suggested was to find a way to get like just that recording from the dad's perspective and play that as a background, in your house, where your husband is. So if you've been doing a lot of talking, maybe you've been sending articles and all of that, and it's not working, or sending videos and it's not working. So one way that you can do that is to play that in the background for him. It just has a way of creeping up in his mind subconsciously. So that's one wise way that was suggested for us there yesterday. So without further ado, I'm actually having to work with my phone, full disclosure. But whilst I'm trying to also connect with my laptop, I think we've given enough time to have our participant join us because we have a full day. So I would like that we just get started immediately. So I had said that just pretend that we've already played the national anthem, we've done our pledge. We've introduced ourselves. Okay, this is also a good time. Let's make this interactive. Let's make this very engaging. We have a very thriving and interesting community of attendees. So please say hello to yourselves, introduce yourselves. This is also one of the good ways to build on your homeschooling community wherever you are located. So a good way is to introduce yourself, talk about, mention where you are, and you'd be surprised to find that there's someone who lives in the same locale as you, and you two can connect, and that you can get support for yourself, when you do need to. So yes, Oluchi, thank you for taking the lead on that. Awesome. Let's everybody keep introducing themselves, talk about yourself. And as we do that, we're also going to be sharing what it is that we're learning from here as well. And remember that you can also share information about what's going on using the hashtag, the Homeschooling Conversations, and conversation, no S. Do that on your Instagram and I don't know, I want to say Twitter, but you know the situation with Twitter here in Nigeria. So if you're outside Nigeria, so you can also do that on Twitter as well. And please tag at the Cuddle blog as well, so that we can follow your conversation whilst you are doing that. Okay, having said all of that, and for some reason again, this is still not coming in. No, we will just proceed. So give me a second, please. Yeah, just introduce yourselves. My name is Chioma. I'm based in Lagos, and that's Tomi. Hi, Tomi. Okay. All right. Good. I've gotten what it was I wanted to get. Okay, so the homeschooling conversation event was birthed to bridge the existing knowledge gap and to create awareness in the areas of homeschooling and other effective alternatives to the traditional mode of education. And that's just the long and short of what the homeschooling conversation is about. I got introduced to it during the first edition, which was the in-person event that we had 2 years ago. And at the time, I remember that I was expecting, and it was, I can't explain how much comfort I got from just being in the company of like-minded people. And I was even more, I'm pleasantly so surprised to see men, attending. I was like, wow, this is amazing. So what I'm just trying to say is that what Tomi is doing here today is just brilliant, and we're grateful and thankful that she's able to lend her time, her resource, and everything to this kind of phenomenal event, and to do this consistently for the third time in the year running, for the third year running. That's just tremendous, and I'm really looking forward to when we can all meet in person and really get to see ourselves face to face. Now, we're just going to go right on to introduce our first speaker for today, and of course she's right here with us, so that makes it even more easier. I don't think that she needs too many introduction, really. She doesn't. So we're just going to go right into it. Our first session for today, we'll be talking about home education 101. So it's just going to give us all the basics, everything that we need to know. And I hope, again, like you have your pens, I hope you have your journals ready. And don't forget that we have very exciting, when I mean exciting, I'm just like, why am I the moderator for today, where there's amazing gifts? But we have so many wonderful gifts for you. So please, there are so many criteria that we're picking out them. One of them, let me give you an expo, is one of the most engaging participants. We're also going to give the last man / last woman standing, so those are like small tips I'm giving you now. So please, just be as engaging as you can if you really want to scoop all these exciting gifts that we have. And all of these are coming courtesy of our amazing sponsors and partners, who we'll talk about much later. Now, having said all that, without further ado, let's welcome our first speaker for today. Hi! Over to you, Tomi.
So, good morning again, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm working on homeschooling 101. One of the major things, especially for us here now in this part of in Nigeria, most especially because we're still just raising awareness. I feel like it's always very important in these sessions to always go back to the basics. And we had this session last year. I did a tweak based off of the questions and the expectations of people here. So we're going to start with, and I'm going to share my screen. Start with our presentation. Second.
Do I need to make you a host again to do that? Okay, you're good, Karen.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I just want to. Okay, so because of the presentation, if you have a question, just put in the question box. I may not be able to see, but once we're done, I would get right to it. So, okay, so yes, like you all know, to me, my name is Lola. I'm mom, and what led me up to this journey was just like a mom, more for, let's say, 80% of the population of people that homeschool. I started as just, okay, I'm just a mom, right? And I just really do this, right? And so that's what led me to this journey. Not because I'm an expert, or because I learned education, or any of all those things, right? That would use generally to always disqualify ourselves, right? But I'm just a mom, right? That decided that this was the right path for our family, and that was what led me here. And it goes on to my next point is that as I could do it, you can also do it, and anybody can do it. And that's one of the most important things I think that we also need to put in mind is that we can do it, regardless of whatever educational background we have. So the limiting we tell ourselves, right? Because down the line, you would ask yourself a lot of questions. Down the line, you think that, oh, am I good enough to do this? You question yourself a lot. But I want us to always remember that we can do it. All it takes is our determination and consistency. All it takes is our determination and consistency. Most of the time, when you hear things like, oh, yeah, your child's teacher, sometimes I feel that it puts a lot of pressure on us. It puts a lot of pressure on us because we feel that, oh, we have to know something. We have to have the knowledge before we get into it. We have to, so it gives us that pressure, right? Well, to some extent, the statement is true. But when we keep hearing it, it puts us under so much pressure that, oh, we have to know something. We have to be the teacher, to our children. We have to be well, yes, you know more than your children, but I want us to also come to a mindset where we see ourselves as co-learners with our children. That way, there's the pressure of, remember we're talking about starting out. It takes off of the pressure that, oh, I'm now the homeschooling teacher. I'm now the this one. It takes that pressure off and see ourselves as co-learners with our children. There are so many things, so many things I have learned on this journey. There are so many things that it has opened me up to. I am not the outgoing type. I am not the one that goes out a lot. I'm not the one that sees so many friends. I'm not the one that, but this journey has led me to learn that, has opened me up to those opportunities, has made me more open, right, to learn even the knowledge that I've gained, because the day or the week before we have to do something, or if my son asks me a question, then I have to go and research on it. And we should never be too afraid to say, I don't know it, I'll get back to you, right? So let's take off the pressure that, oh, we have to know XYZ, we have to know this and this and this. But learn on the journey with your children, learn on the journey with your child, right? That is also very, very important. And this quote, is, resonates with me so much. When learning is connected to living, it is meaningful. It is not something that occurs at certain times in certain places with certain people. It occurs all the time, everywhere, and with everyone around us. So going back to, thinking about our journeys and stuff, like I said, all you need as the parent, all you need as the homeschool tutor, all you need as it is you staying committed to the journey, staying committed to the journey, being consistent with it. And being consistent does not mean that, it will probably happen every single day. While learning happens every day, but in our minds, like, we have to do something structured every single day. Consistency for me, as I believe it, is ensuring that we are committed to the journey. That's the consistency. Not that today we are doing this, next week we are doing that. While we would have the freedom to choose and do what we need to do part time for our kids, right? But staying committed to the mindset, staying committed to the journey is what is consistency. I believe is consistency, right? So going on to what I think, the first thing I think is most important on the journey, on this homeschooling journey, is that whoever you are going along with, your spouse, your most best, for a majority of us are going to be our spouses. And some people that maybe their spouses are not, they are not, what's the word? They've not committed to the journey yet. Let's put yes behind it, right? You can be on the journey with a friend. But what's most important with your spouse is that you be on the same page with your spouse. Be on the same page with your spouse. It is very, very important. And we saw a picture yesterday with Mr. Akintomi, right? That the picture of what it looks like when you're on the same page with your spouse. It makes the journey so much more easier. It makes it so much more enjoyable, right? And you're not like walking on eggshells or trying to say, why are we doing this? Having to explain yourself every single time you make a decision. And that can be draining. So it's very, very important that your spouse is on the same page with you. There are some things that you might need to talk about, right, in getting to what you guys decide to do, like talking about what education was like for both of you, right? What did you like and what didn't you like? What do you want for your kids? What values do you want to hold as a family? You get creating and crafting a mission statement for your family, for your homeschool family. You need to do that together with your spouse. More so that it is a stress-free journey for you, right? Whoever is going to be the primary caregiver, right? So here's a sample of a mission statement. So whatever it is for your family, you craft that and ensure that part-time you stand by it, of course, and part-time you can always go back and review, does this work for us, does this not work for us, right? So this is a sample to raise children who understand their worth as members of our family and the community, to raise children in an environment that fosters learning at every opportunity, to graduate driven individuals who are capable of conquering any challenge that comes their way. So that's like a sample of a mission statement. So you sit down with your spouse, you craft a mission statement, which will also be a guiding factor for the things that you do. The next thing is to know the laws of your country, right? Fortunately, and I don't want to say unfortunately, fortunately for us, in this part of the country, in this part of the world, we are not clamped by rules and clamped by regulations, by the government and stuff for now. And hopefully they don't give us when it really happens, because I know that there are quite a number of people that are trying to make it happen. But when it happens, we hope that our government is reasonable enough to not give us any, rules that don't make sense, right? So in Nigeria, for now, there are no laws against it. There are no laws against homeschooling in Nigeria. In the US, it's legal, but some states have different requirements. Some of them you have to, go and register with the state. Some of them you have to compile what you're doing with your children and, ensure that you show them when they come visiting. They visit sometimes and all of that. But we don't have that in Nigeria. Most of the African countries as well. In Ghana too, I checked. I don't think there are any laws against it in Ghana as well. In Kenya, Gambia, I'm not really sure about that one. So for majority of the countries, they are legal, but some of them are regulated. So for South Africa, I think you still have to register with your you still have to register as well your homeschool, right? But for here in Nigeria, for now, we don't have any regulations, and we don't have there's no law against it. So basically, we are free to do what we want, right? So the next thing and another important thing is your educational philosophy, right? And your educational philosophy is very, very important because it's going to guide what approach you pick to go with your family. And the educational philosophy, like you can see here, we have teacher-centered, we have child-centered, and we have society-centered. So the teacher-centered philosophy, most of it, they believe that children you need to give them the information they need. You need to teach them. So it's teacher-centered, right? So you as the teacher, you are bringing in all the information that the child needs, right? And then for some of them, under the teacher-centered philosophy, you still let the child have a range of what they can pick, but you are the one that is picking, like you're the one that is picking out the curriculum, so to speak. And then the child cannot decide, okay, I want to do this one, right? So there are some of them under the teacher-centered, but for the child-centered, they believe that every child, giving the child autonomy, basically, to be able to pick and choose how they want to learn, what they want to learn, and in what way and manner they learn, right? You're not forcing yourself on a child. You're not saying that this is this for child-centered. You only have facilitators, you have co-learners. You're not putting yourself and say, oh, I am teacher, right? You let the child basically, you follow the child basically. And there are society-centered philosophies. This one talk about, when you put a group of people together with the aim of trying to change the society, raise people that would people that would change the society. Basically, what we currently have right now in some places and the way people think, right? So they believe that the way that people are, the kind of things that kind of information that you put out, right, to people, it determines how the society will turn out, basically, right? So, but every approach that you see today in a school, in a homeschool, is rooted in a philosophy, right? It's rooted in one of all these philosophies, and it's very important that we pay attention to what our philosophy is. So we also have to look at another thing we have to look at is the learning styles of our children. The learning styles of our children, which is very, very important, is that for you to have something very effective, you cannot think that your child will learn you cannot be, exposing your child to visual content and all of that. And they're basically not learning anything. It's not that they're not learning anything, but it's not effective for them, right? They would rather be singing kind of child that would like to listen to music, that would like to do all of this and all of that. There are some children, once you tell them something, that's it. They already grasp the information, they soak it in, and they are fine and they are good, and you see how they respond. And some children, they have to be doing something, they have to be jumping, they have to be this before whatever they are learning is knowledge to them, right? So we have to look through and observe our children to see what their learning styles are. So in your homeschool, you're not just basically, doing whatever. You are tailoring the education of your child. So they are visual learners. They learn with pictures, videos, and things like that. They're auditory learners by listening to music, singing, rhymes. That's how they learn. They're kinesthetic learners. So this one, these are people that they like to move. They want to move, they want to learn, that's how they learn, by moving, jumping, dancing, things like that. They'll learn by when they are, you think, because you tag them restless children, right? But they're actually learning. And there are children that just learn verbally. Once you instruct them, they learn, right? And some learn in a group. Some learn when they're alone. Some learn with logic, reasoning, sequence. And there are children that learn with a combination of all of them. My advice most of the time is not to label your children too early by saying, oh, the visual learner, and then, you just stick to that and say, oh, they're visual learners. Whereas they might have moved, and as they grow, they might adopt another thing. So observation is very, very, very key. Continuous observation is very, very, very key. And don't label and don't be too rigid in your labeling. So even if you know that at part time your child learns visually, you put that in your back pocket and say, yes, they learn visually. I write it in pencil. Because as they keep growing, things might change, right? So don't label too early. And one of the beauties of homeschooling is flexibility and a tailored education for your child, which some people don't have the privilege when they're in traditional schooling. Because in a class full of 12, let's just say 12 children, would have a handful of visual learners, we have a handful of auditory learners, we have a handful of kinesthetic learners, but they teach them in the same way. So some would definitely be left behind. Some would be, if the teacher is teaching in a way that appeals to their own learning style, they will be the superheroes of the class, right? So, which is why it's important for us, because we are tailoring the education of our children, to observe continuously, continue observing them, such that we are also not pouring water into a basket, right? Because we are not paying attention to these sort of things. So let's go to the approach, the different kinds of learning approaches that we have. First of all, we have traditional approach, which is called school at home. So basically, for school at home, what it is about is what school at home is about, and the traditional approach is basically doing what they're doing in school at home, which formed majority of what happened when the pandemic started. When the pandemic started, a lot of people were homeschooling, but what they were really doing was schooling at home, because they just took whatever was happening in school and they were doing it at home. So that's one approach you can decide to take. Depending on your philosophy again. If you do adopt the philosophy that you need to teach your child in that way, then you take that approach, right? So, and to be honest, there's nothing bad about it. There's just nothing bad about it, right? It just depends on what you believe and the kind of philosophy that you hold. So schooling at home means that, you get a curriculum from maybe the school, you get a curriculum online, you get something online, and then you adopt it and start doing it at home, right? And for your children. And there's nothing really bad about it, to be honest. right? So that's the traditional approach. Then there's the classical approach. Okay, so yeah. Okay, yeah, so this is the write-up. This is probably what we grew up with in the classroom. We usually have separate textbook and workbooks for the various school subjects. You read the assigned chapter in the textbook and answer the questions about the content. So basically, what we know and what we are used to, right? So next we have the classical approach. So this is like it says, it's classical, right? It's a long tradition of education. So it really looks at the stages of our children in 3 different stages, right? So it looks at the grammar stage, the logic stage, and the rhetoric stage. So this approach believes that children at a certain age learn by repetition from 0 to, I think it's 7. I'm not really sure, right? So when Toki comes up today, he goes the classical approach route with his children, and we can ask him questions about this if we're interested. So it looks at children at a certain age that they learn through repetition. So all the things that you're teaching your children with this approach at that age, basically maybe not all, because I really don't know. I don't practice it, so I don't know per se. So they learn through repetition. Then when they go to the middle school age, they believe that as they are in that age now, they start thinking logically. They want to know why. They want you to answer their questions. You know, they start thinking logically based off of their developmental stages, right? So things that you give, that you now teach the children is based off of that stage where they are. So yeah, classical approach is a long tradition of education that has emphasized the seeking after of truth, goodness, and beauty, and the study of liberal arts and great books. What are the liberal arts? They are the grammar, logic, and rhetoric. So basically, this approach to education also includes study of Latin. The classical approach teaches students how to learn and how to think. So if this is a route you want to take, you can explore it, and just to show you that this is an available route, right? And then we have the Charlotte Mason. The Charlotte Mason approach, is a rich literature based approach, and they believe in children learning from living books. And I was very confused before as well. Okay, what do they mean by living books? Because you see it a lot when you're reading up on Charlotte Mason. Living books. I was wondering, and then looking closer and reading so much more about it, I see that what they mean is that, instead of just saying, you just pick up a textbook and a workbook that is just teaching you facts and figures and all of that, you pick up books that are written by people that actually do those things, right? So maybe a Shakespeare book, for example, right? So it's a living book from Shakespeare because he's passionate about poetry, and the book has a lot of literature, good English, how do you put it, literal, I hope you get what I mean. Please, let me know if you get what I mean. What I'm talking about is like good literal construct. Yes, good literal construct, and not just, a textbook that says, prose is this, prose is that, but they're actually writing the prose and you're actually reading it to your children. So this approach also has 3 different stages. Okay, yeah. The Charlotte Mason style of homeschooling uses rich literature and living books rather than textbooks or jumbled down twaddle. So they try to make it sound like, okay, that people write, when they write books for children, like they write, instead of, actually writing, or like the way you speak to a child like I speak to an adult, instead of saying Google Gaga to a child, but you're actually speaking to the child as an adult. So it's like reading books to children, like you're talking to them like adults, basically, instead of saying, like you're speaking gibberish to a baby because you feel that they're babies, right? So instead of worksheets or answering questions in the back of the book, this style asks the students to retell or narrate everything they can remember from the reading. So it also includes a wide range of subjects spread over the week in short, interesting lessons. Our approach works with the way the children naturally learn and presents a generous curriculum, including nature study, art, and music appreciation, and handicraft, as well as usually academic subjects. So it's not as if they neglect academics or whatever. No. But the way and manner and the kind of books that they use is what makes the difference in this approach. So Montessori, we are familiar with Montessori. We're familiar with Montessori here, but of course the Montessori approach is basically child-led, and the idea of Montessori is, a multi-child environment, multi-age, environment, and the child can basically go and choose what they want to learn using the materials that are available, and they have facilitators instead of teachers. So this is a child-led approach. Then there's also the world of approach. This method emphasizes the role of imagination in learning. It strives to integrate holistically the intellectual, practical, and artistic development of the student. So this one is also divided into 3 stages. The early education, they talk about educating the hands, the heart, and the mind, right? So those are the 3 different stages. It basically looks a lot, the stages also look like the way it is in classical, where they believe that when they're in the early years, they need hands-on activities, basically educating their hands. They need hands-on activities, they need to move, they need to do that. Then as they are older, they're educating their minds, so by imagination, so just like the practical logic and all of that. So the secondary education focuses on development, critical reasoning, and empathy. So the goal of the world of education is to develop free, moral, responsible children with a high degree of social competence. So there are schools abroad. I don't know of the ones in Nigeria, but there are schools abroad that they are actually Waldorf schools. Right? The way we have Montessori schools, so there are schools that also adopt, and they name it Waldorf, right? Then we have the unschooling approach. So the unschooling is basically a child-led approach that is based off of the interest of the child, and these ones, they have no set curriculum. So unlike some other child-led approaches, they have curriculums. You can find some Montessori curriculums and Waldorf curriculums while they are child-led. But this unschooling approach, there are really no set curriculum. The child, give the child freedom basically and just follow the child. So, but because you say freedom doesn't mean that freedom within boundaries, so to speak, because of course at the end of the day they are still children. So for unschooling approach, learning is living life. You learn when you're living your life, basically. So a typical day of an unschooler might not, you will definitely not be sit down and sit by a desk and all of that. You follow the child, whatever they're interested in, you pick up on that. And so people wonder, how do unschoolers, read? How do unschooled children learn to read and write? How do unschooled children learn to learn their numbers? How do they learn their? We are loosely unschoolers, and I can tell you for free that they learn amazingly. And the reason why I decided, and I'm not even sure whether it's because that's the approach we've always taken, or because that's just my child's inclination. I'm still yet to discover that. But the truth is that now my child knows his father's, he doesn't know it completely, but he's learning his father's phone number. Not because I sat down to teach him as part of our curriculum. right? He's learning the time. He can tell me the time, right? He's 4. He can tell me the time, not fully, but he has an idea of the time. Not because we sat down and talked about time, right? But because when it's time for snacks, the short hand should be on 4 and the long hand should be on 12. When it's on 4 and it's on 12, come back to me and tell me it's not time. So now he knows, okay, 4, you tell me the long hand is on this and the long hand is on that. So that's how he's learning to tell the time. An example. Now, because he wants to talk to his cousin over the phone or via text message, he tells me, write a letter to Oralua. Her name is Oralua. So he says, help me write a letter and tell her this. So I'm typing it for him. So he's having an idea that, okay, he can write this and he can write that. That's how he's learning now, the writing. So he's asking me, write this and this. And very soon he wants to write to himself. So we're in the phase where he's wanting to learn to read. He'll bring a book and tell me, what are these letters? So he has the awareness, right? And he has the awareness, he knows it exists. So he's coming to tell me. So we don't sit down and say, now it's time for alphabet, right? So now I've written the alphabet on our whiteboard because he has started showing interest in alphabet. So, and we're now learning the sound because I told him to learn how to read this book, you need to learn the sounds and blend them. So now he's now saying, okay, so I need to learn the sound. So we go there and say, this, and that. So people are always like, how do unschoolers learn these things? Because they are not exactly having a curriculum. They are going out every day, they are this and that. We learn colors by walking around in our neighborhood. We learned, we're learning reading now, we're learning this now. So you can't be under any pressure, especially if you're unschooling, because you have to trust the process. You have to trust the process. So yes, life schooling is what, basically unschoolers, that's how they see it. You are basically living your life. As we're living our lives every day, he calls his dad a lot. And all of a sudden, I'm like, we don't have to use WhatsApp, we can call on the normal call. But to call on the normal call, we have to learn your father. Your father has a phone number. This is your father's phone number. I typed the number. I say, okay, what's my father's number? So I started telling him the numbers. So now he's pressing the numbers himself. He wants to call the numbers, right? How did he learn the numbers, Gone? For a long time, my son didn't know his numbers. Right? I wasn't. If you follow me on Instagram, I talk about it a lot. I wasn't worried at all. Everybody else was worried for me, but I wasn't worried. But he got a tab at some point. In charging that tablet and putting password for the tablet, my son learned his numbers by force because he wanted to enter the tablet. So I told him, your password is this. So he's like, okay, so which one is 2? I showed him. I said, this is 2. So this is your passcode for your iPad. Now he knows the passcode of his iPad, and now he knows the number. In charging his tablet, he knew the number because it's like it is now in 100. I was like, oh, so now you can learn the numbers when it comes to iPad. You get, so it's just basically as we're living our lives, right? And he's asking me, okay, so what's the number of the battery on now? I say, oh, now it's on 32. And he looks at it, that's 3 and 2. That's 3 and 2. So now even when my laptop is on, he will go and look at it. He will say it's on 99. He will say it is on 100, right? But he learns it from looking at the battery life of his tablet. So for unschoolers, it's basically as you're living your life, right? So let's move on along. Then we have unit studies. So unit studies and project-based approach is basically having different subjects. So the way you have for said traditional curriculums, you have math, English, social studies, and all of that inside what the child has to learn. So, but this one, instead of just saying you're doing math, English, so you have a thing, right, or a project that incorporates all these things that the child will learn into that thing. into that project. So for early years, what it's going to look like is like you have a plant theme now, for example. So within that plant theme study, right, you're going to have mathematics, you're going to have you're going to talk about numeracy, you're going to read books about plants, you're going to read books about you're going to so your literacy, you read books about plants. For math, you can go and pluck flowers and then talk about how many flowers are these, and talk about what's the number, how many flowers can we pick for mommy, things like that. So you're talking about numeracy. So you can sing song about flowers. You see, so you're incorporating all of these subjects into that theme. So for the older children, what that looks like is projects. So you can say we're building a robot. We're building a robot. To build a robot, you will use numbers. You will use, you will write, you code, you this. So you're putting in all these subjects. You talk about technology, you talk about electricity or whatever into that project. That way, there is application of what you are learning. For me, I subscribe more to theme-based approach, which is what we are going to do when we are older, and unschooling, right? That's what I subscribe to, because personally I believe that the way the world is going, right, this is the approach that will best suit the kind of children that we need for the way the world is going. Sorry. So that's unit study. And then we have eclectic. Eclectic means that you are not exactly boxing yourself to one particular approach. You can decide to pick from, you can try to pick the thinking or the way Montessori works. If you've studied Montessori, you've seen that you like what it is, and you like to adopt some of their approach. You're not 100% with what they are on about, but then you pick some part of Montessori, you pick some part of unschooling, you pick some part of Charlotte Mason. So eclectic is just a cocktail of different approach that you can now personalize and tailor to your child, right? So it's different for each family, it's different from, it will look different in different places. So you can have the opportunity to choose different things from each of the approaches that work for you. So another thing that is most important is also planning and creating a routine around what you're doing. I need to see the time so that to be sure that I'm still on track. Okay, I'm on track. So
you're still on track. You have about 5 minutes.
5. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So let's create a routine. So it's important that plan, and based off of what we talked about yesterday, because you know that these things involve money. Even if your child is in a traditional school, you have to plan. You have to plan for how you're going to pay the school fees. You have to plan for, you're not going to be in charge of curriculum and all of that because you're sending them to the school. But here, you have to plan for what approach you're going to take, what curriculum do you want to use, even for yourself as a primary caregiver, you have to plan yourself, right? You have to plan yourself. You have to know what you're going to do per time, per day, depending on what approach you take. Planning and putting your children in a routine is very, very important. So here I put a simple schedule for like 0 to, well, not 0 to 5, let's say 1 to 5, right? Or 1 to 7, depending, right? So it's wake up, morning routine, you play, you brush, you bath, eat, circle time. You can do whatever your circle time, sing and dance, talk about the weather, talk about what's happening in the country, whatever. Create activities around, or if you're on schooler, you free play, lunch, nap time, snacks, evening activities, and evening routine, play, read a book, bath, sleep. So, but it's important that you have a schedule, especially when you have really small children, because they thrive on having a routine. Then I also put here simple, basic things, essentials that you need in your house, like bad as the bad, you should have all these things in the house. and they are not all over the top, crayons, cardboard, paintbrush, and all of that. So you can screenshot it, or I'll send slides. Then it's important that you also assess and keep records. And when I'm in assessment, I'm not for homework, I'm not for exam and all of that. I don't believe in it. Personally, I don't believe in it. I don't, right? Because it's a very skewed system, I think. It's not, if there are people that can verbally say what they know, right? The system is already rigged against them, right? So, anywho, that's talk for another day. But assessment and keeping record is very important. You have to assess your child. And when I say keeping record, you don't have to be writing, journaling. It's not your thing. Take pictures, do videos of what you're learning, do videos of what your child has improved on, do videos on things that you need to improve on. Depending, it's just important to keep records so that at least even you can look and see that, oh, there's progress being made. Because it can be a very thankless job, to be honest. It can be a very thankless job. But if you don't observe, if you don't assess, right? And when I mean assess, I mean observation. Just pay attention to your child, pay attention to what they're doing, pay attention to how they're doing things, pay attention to the questions they ask, pay attention. Take pictures, journal your homeschool, write a journal of, and another way is, documenting their developmental milestones, what they are supposed to be doing at a certain age and what they are doing currently. Are they above their age? Are they, so it will help you to be able to judge on the kind of things that you can bring forth to them, right? And say that, okay, you need to improve on X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z. So if you've not chosen a path yet, and of course, because I believe that you need to actually take some time, you need to take time to actually choose before you choose a path, not something that you rush into. Take your time, be patient. These are things that I believe that if you've not chosen a path yet, these are some of the things that you should go with. Let the developmental milestones be your guide. So on what to do, like, what do I do today with my 3-year-old? Think about, or go online and search, what should a 3-year-old be doing? So we say jumping, or should be able to be able to jump on one leg for 2 seconds, to be able to stand on one leg for 2 seconds, to be able to do this. So let the activities that you bring to your child, let the developmental milestones be the guide of the kind of activities that you bring that can either, strengthen what they're supposed to be doing at that time or preparing them for the next developmental phase. Have a barest minimum list, whatever that looks like to you in your home. For me, the barest minimum that we do in a day, that means that, mommy is out, she's tired, maximum, bad as the bad, this is what we're going to do in a day. Bad as the bad, we are going to read a book. Bad as the bad, we're going to play with water. Bad as the bad, we're going to take a walk, except mom is pregnant. Bad as the bad, we're going to do this and that. So have a barest minimum list in your home, so that even if for today we're not even doing anything, right? We'll go out, we'll go to a park, just something to ensure that they are being engaged. Then let the child's interest lead what you do. Yeah, even if your child, there's nothing you cannot use to teach your child anything, right? If your child is interested in Lego, you think that, they're always playing with this Lego, always playing with this Lego. Let them play with that Lego. And then find what you can teach them using that Lego. That's their interest. That's what they're interested in. And you get so much more results than having to say, sit down and let's do it this way that they don't want. Do you understand? That's why a lot of people get frustrated when they're doing homework for their children, because their children are not interested in that homework. They're not interested in that homework. So they're always fighting, because they're not interested. So connect learning to living, like we said, then use outdoor as your resource. because outdoor is a very, very, very great resource as well. There's nothing you cannot learn outdoors. I can assure you that. Numbers, numeracy, sounds, whatever, everything is outdoors, and I can assure you. Then you can always make different approaches, until you find what works for your family. Use a playlist to get started in the morning, because for me, I'm not a morning person. So in the morning, I'm not the best of myself. So now I have a very lovely playlist that does not make me jump and dance and be necessarily have to be very happy in the morning. So, but my son does not care whether it's singing it or it's the audio that is singing. He doesn't care as much as they are singing along with him. And I don't have to be all animated and jumping, when I'm not really in the mood. So the playlist helps and it gets things moving, right? Give yourself permission to let things that are not working go. Like, don't force it. If it's not working, let it go. So you're not frustrated. The idea of being in a homeschool or doing things the way you want to do them is because you should have the freedom and the flexibility to change, have the freedom and the flexibility to do what works for you. Join a community or have a friend that you share your journey with. Then rest. I can't talk about it enough for rest. So there are busy parents, right, that want to homeschool. What are your options? Because we even had a question like that from yesterday. I'm busy, but I really want to homeschool my child. What do I do? These are options that are available. There are websites that connect teachers to parents. Tutoria is one of them. That's the one I am aware of. I'm not really sure. I know there's quite a number of people. I will ask around and still get solid referrals. I'll get solid referrals that we can vouch for, right? I will ask. But there are people that are past teachers that, that don't necessarily go to a traditional school anymore. They are available around you. Ask around. I know someone that is homeschooling her children with the teachers that were in the child's school when he was in traditional school. So that's a blessing for her. And so it's past teachers can help. Then family members. I also know somebody who homeschooled a younger brother. Although it was older, but I know someone that homeschooled a younger brother. She was in the first edition of the Homeschooling Conversations, and she was like, she wanted to homeschool her brother. Now her brother has graduated from, I think he has written his exam, and he passed his exam. So family members can help. To get an educated nanny can help as well. So those are the options I think I see that are available. Excuse me. So what are the pros and cons of homeschooling? For me, for the child, I don't see a lot of cons for homeschooling for the child. Though. I don't see a lot of, disadvantage to the child. I see a lot more disadvantage to the primary caregiver than, the child, right? A lot of people might think that there are cons for the child. I don't know. If you have opinions about that, I'm willing to listen, but I don't think there are. Well, for the pros of homeschooling, you have the freedom to choose. You have tailored learning experience for your child, flexibility. You build strong relationships with your children, and your children also build strong relationships with other people around them. Effective learning. Learning is effective, when your child can be done and he's not forced to sit in a particular place at a time. Once he's done and he's really done, he's done, right? And learning will only be effective for as long as the child is interested. Your child will, independent for your child, I tell you, you'll be shocked and amazed, right? How independent your child can become. Then the cost is a pro, and at the same time, I put it on the con list because it can also be a con, right? But the cost, because sometimes, depending on the approach you take, it might not be as expensive as traditional school, right? So the cost is a pro, and what people think is an advantage is disadvantage to the child, which is socializing. It is, you actually get a truly socialized child, truly socialized child when from homeschooling. Now, the cons I see are self-care for the primary caregiver. There is a tendency for you to put yourself in the back burner and you're not, taking care of yourself because you're homeschooling, right? Then there's still finish. In my own, for me, with my friends, still finish between you and your child happen, And I'll give an example, right? While I try to practice, I try, that's the word, right? Try to practice some gentle parenting and all of that. But there's that to finish between me and my child now that I cannot, when I'm telling him to do something or I need him to do something quick and fast, it's like, yeah, she's, it's like I think he knows that this woman is more about me going at my pace, me going about what I'm interested in. So I will only do what I'm interested in anyway. But if my husband says this, and this is not because of anything, but because he's not around a lot, like as much as I am. So me, I see it as finish, right? Then extra work for you as a primary caregiver and missing opportunities. Extra work, when I mean extra work, is that because throughout the whole day you're focused on your child and your children, when the time for you to not actually see, if you want to pursue other things, that's when you are now focusing on doing that thing that you want to do, because you are primarily focusing on your children for a major part of the day, right? So, and missing opportunities, you miss opportunities that you otherwise would have gone for if you were not homeschooling. And then the cost, again, can be a con, because depending on whatever approach you take, the cost can really start racking up, right? And then you're a one-income household. So you're sort of kind of limited to, but, I think our speaker yesterday, I'm sorry, our speaker yesterday has told us that, the mindset, at the end of the day, our mindset about money and all of that. But it can also be a very big challenge for some people because they might not be able to live the kind of lifestyle they might have lived if they had a two-income household and things like that. So you have to cut back on a lot of things. You have to sacrifice a lot of things. So that's, pros and the cons of homeschooling. So let's really talk about the almighty socialization. What's the force? I feel that it has been defined wrongly because we feel that socializing is just your child being in pairs with their peers, right? And for something I learned from Toki last year, he was saying that you really want your child, right, to really be learning from a child like them, when we know that foolishness is bound in the heart of children, right? So you're saying socializing is about them being in their peers and all of that, but they're learning different habits and different things from each other that is not necessarily most of the time ideal, right? As against from you as the parent, you get. So what really is socializing? Teaching your child to share. That's socialization, learning to share. As much as we think that, that's about them with their peers and all of that. And for homeschooling families, there are different opportunities for children to learn how to share. They can learn how to share with you. They can learn how to share with your family friends that come to the home. They can learn how to share. They can learn how to share with family friends that come to the home, their cousins, they are human beings too now. I mean, right? It's not only in the school that they see other human beings. So interacting with other human beings is basically what it is. Whether up, top to down, peer to peer, that's what's most important. But a lot of the children, they just do peer to peer, but there's no top to bottom socializing that goes on. So learning how to cooperate, right? Learning how to listen, learning how to follow instructions, respecting your personal space, making eye contact, using manners, taking turns, helping others, no interruption, waiting patiently. These are examples of social skills that your children can learn and should learn. And it does not necessarily have to happen in the four walls of a classroom. So, so I put some links to some articles that, an article on socializing so that we can read some more about socializing. and what homeschooling model is right for you. And also my blog, for the resources I have available, I have a page that is dedicated to homeschooling, what we do, and our own experiences in most of big T, and some educational content as well. And then we have a Telegram group, so this homeschooling community Telegram group, we have tried before in the past to create a community, but then when we tried, then there were not a lot of homeschoolers. And I had a challenge of what was most prevalent in that group was people wanting to still learn, as against us just forming that community, right, of people that are actually homeschooling currently. So that was one of the challenges that we had. But now a lot more people are homeschooling. So we're trying to try this again, right? But this time I'm not doing it alone. I'm going to do it with one of our speakers, Linda, and we're going to try again. Right? And then we have a Telegram group that talks about team-based activities. So if you're interested in team-based activities for your child, that's if, for example, if you're still trying to find out what works for you, we have up to 30, I think, things on that group now. So even if you join now, you have a backlog of activities that you can engage your children with, 1 to 5. Then my social media handles, and thank you for your time, and don't stop learning. So, questions? I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I want to stop sharing. I don't know how to. Oh, okay. Let's say stop. Okay. Okay.
So I was saying that thank you so much. Very, very, very insightful.
You I can hear you. You're sounding far away. Maybe it's the earphones. I still can't hear you.
I'm not sure what's happening.
Okay. Can I hear you now?
Can you hear me now? Fantastic. Awesome. Oh, I was on mute. I don't really understand. Anyways, thank you again, Tommy. It was very insightful. We learned so much. And of course, I was saying that Caldus gave you a well done mommy kiss, which mommy didn't seem to. But thank you so much. I really picked so many things, and I like that you also reiterated some of the things that you had talked about a few times before. So it just helped for us to really understand fully. We have a couple questions to everyone who is just joining in or who joined in the last 30 minutes. Welcome again. This is the art and the heart of homeschooling, and is the third edition of the Homeschooling Conversations. We just had Tommy talk to us about Homeschooling 101, taking us to the basics and having you to approach your why, question your why, mission statement, things like that. It was really good. And don't worry if you missed out a few of the initial conversation. We're going to have the replay shared to everybody who registered for the event. So Tommy, we have a few questions. I will try to run through them as quickly as possible because We're really trying to keep with time. So this is from Nkechi in Dimachi. I don't know if I should call the people's name, but oh well. She says, are there kids that should be exempted from homeschooling? I've been told that my child shouldn't be homeschooled because he's non and needs social interaction to stimulate speech.
Yeah,
let me give them anonymous.
I don't think that any child should be exempted from homeschooling because, and of course, again, I'm not a speech therapist or an expert on all of that, but it is in you as a parent or caregiver, the commitment in giving them the experiences that the child needs. That is what is most important. Like having them the experience the child needs. Like if you feel that the child needs more,
so your line is breaking.
It's breaking. Oh wow!
Yes.
Is it now? Are you hear me now? I don't know if it's the network.
We can hear you. It's just a little.
Oh
yes,
wow!
I know.
I don't know. So is it clear now?
Yes, it's actually better now.
Okay. So I'm saying I don't think any child should be exempted. It is all, at the end of the day, left to the primary caregiver or the parents and their commitment to giving the child what the child needs. So finding out what a nonverbal child needs and giving them what they need. You can always, the social interaction, like I've said, is not just about being among children. It's not just about being among children. So am I still clear? Am I still clear?
It's back to breaking and all. Is it possible to maybe put your I don't know internet a bit closer to where you are or something?
Internet.
I think most people can. Go ahead
hear
then.
me.
Go ahead. They are affirming that they can.
Yeah, so I'm saying that what's important is that we as the primary caregiver and the parents find out what the child needs, maybe from an expert and all that, because I cannot give expert advice because I'm not, based off of this situation. Find out what the child needs and give the child what the child needs, because there'll be opportunities to give that child what the child needs. So if they feel that the child needs more, and if you want to be committed to homeschooling and saying that the child needs more verbal interaction with people, you can't say it has to be with children, because what you want is for the child to talk, right? And the child to have speech. And you can talk with the child, invite your friends over with their children, in church, things like that. So as you're living your life, there are different opportunities to interact, for the child to interact. As they're taking a walk, they will meet other people, they will greet, they will talk, they will have conversations. I can tell you that, when we are taking a walk, the people that clean around in our estate, they will stand and talk to my son. Me, I will stand at the back. If I don't put my mouth in whatever they are saying. They will talk, they will greet, they will, how are you, how is the mommy, how is the dad, that will give them, you get. So the interaction will happen, but it's now you committed to the process. Would I be available to be taking my child to this? Would I be available to be taking my child to that? Would I be available to open my home to people bringing their children to my home? So do you understand what I'm saying? So no child should be exempted, but it's just left to the parents to be committed to the process. I hope that makes sense.
Right. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. We'll move on to the next question. This is saying, is it not possible to combine one or two approaches? What's the issue with that? If you're saying if it's possible or it's not possible?
Oh, it's possible. It's very possible to combine two approaches. Whatever works for you. That's what I'm saying, that if you have a knowledge of what works for you in this approach and what works for you in this approach, at the end of the day, observing your child is the first key thing. you observe your child, and as you read up on all these approaches, you can find out based off of you as a person and the values you want to give to your children, what works in line with those values. Which ones can I adopt? Which ones can I leave out? Right? For example, if you want to pick the Montessori approach, there's a Montessori approach in schools and there's a Montessori lifestyle that you live in your home. So you can decide that you want to pick the Montessori lifestyle in your home, where you follow the child. You don't see your child as a child. You start giving them appropriate things to be able to do, give them independence, bring down their towels, make sure that they can cut. You don't give them play knife. You give them a real knife to be able to cut, but you teach them how to use it safely for them. So that's kind of like a Montessori approach, right, to lifestyle. So you can decide that you're not buying all the whole Montessori materials and all of that, but you are adopting the Montessori lifestyle. But for, say, the academics, quote and unquote, I'm using that because of, so us to understand, you can say you want to adopt something else, right? So in that way, you've combined two approaches. So it's possible. And it says that, did I always on school? Because I know you used to use things. So how I combine things and unschooling for me is that I call them invitation to learning. I have invitations, the activities are invitations. You can decide to do it. You can decide not to do it. You will not be in trouble for not doing the said activity. You get. I could, in my own wisdom as a mom, say that you need to, practice how to jump and all of that, do your gross motor skills and all of that. But you can decide jumping is not for me today, and that's okay, right? And you can tell me by 7 o'clock in the evening, when it's bedtime, that, mommy, please, I want to take a walk, and we will go for that walk. But I will explain to you that we have a routine, right? But it's okay if you want to go out of that routine today or tomorrow, you get, because it's not strict and it's not rigid. So that's how I practice on schooling and using things-based activities, because the activities are just for me, basically, to have that structure in my head that, okay, I'm doing something. That was it for me at the beginning. But when I saw that my son was actually learning by the way we were living, I relaxed on it, because I'm like, so I leave the activities out, let him explore it, let him decide that he wants to do it. So in the course of the day, when we are talking, we are speaking, you ask, he can still go, sometimes I'll leave the activities for like the whole week, and then he will still go back to one activity and all of that. And if we are doing like maybe plants today, and he tells me, oh, he wants to do robots, I won't say, oh no, it's that plant you must do. You get? So it's not rigid and all of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I responded to Fatima's question already. So let's address Adishola's. So how would you split your time when 2 or more children have different interests?
Adishola.
Yes, so we're looking forward to hearing her own.
I should be asking you this question because you're ahead of me. You're ahead of me. But honestly, I don't know. I don't have practical, because we all know that when it's easy to talk, the practice is different, right? When you are doing it practically. But I feel that, free play, when they are free playing, it lets the child do what they want to do, what they are interested in. And then you personally can now decide to, like they say, it's better to give the older one the attention first before the younger one. Like they say. I don't know it practically. So I think that it's easier to the younger one can easily forgive than the older one. So if we have somebody that has 4 children here, so if she will answer that question, let's leave it for, yes, she has 4 children, so she will answer.
Right. Okay. I think that's about it for the question. I have a question here from the comments. Let me see. But whilst I'm trying to get the question, can you talk us through how they can join the Telegram? Someone is asking how they can join the Telegram.
I'll send the link. I'll send the link to everything.
Okay.
I'll send the link to everything.
Right. Okay, another person was asking about how they can get the slides. So like we said earlier, for everyone who registered, you will get links to the replay so you can watch all the presentations and get every information that you need. Yeah. All right. I think we answered that question already. Where the person asked, you combine differently. This was already answered. You combine differently in approach, or you use strictly on schooling. So I think we already answered that question. So unless you have do you have a summary to summarize so we can move on to the next item on our schedule?
So someone says that my is 10 and 8, can they still be homeschooled? The answer is yes.
Oh, okay, just saying that. Okay. So asking, what can one-stop homeschooling in Nigeria? Can you register for common entrance from home?
Yes. So let me just quickly answer that. So for the regulations in Nigeria, you have to register in a school for common entrance. You have to register in a school for common entrance. So the age you can homeschool is limitless, as much as you can take. But if your child is going to write the common entrance, basically knowing that maybe your child will still go back to secondary school, or if you want to enroll your child in secondary school and all of that, you have to do common entrance and enroll them from a school. But after the common entrance, if they're older, you can register as an external student to write the other external exams like WIS and all of that. Those ones you can actually register as an external student. But for common entrance, you have to go through a school.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much, Tomi. Again, I don't even know how I got to know about your page 2 years ago, but for me, it's one of the blessings I'm so thankful to God for. Thank you for making it so simple, so practical, for sharing, especially your stories. Your stories crack me up. Like, I always watch your stories. They crack me up. They make me learn, understand that learning, you can learn from play, with your kids. I actually never thought of that until I, got introduced to your page. I really saw learning in a different perspective. I watched Cuddles jump around things, pick up insects, your DIY craft works and all of that stuff. I have a load of used tissue rolls, the tissue roll in my house, and I'm just like, tell me you're a homeschooling mom without telling me you're a homeschooling mom. So that's like one way. I have so many DIY craft things at home, and I always inspired when I think of, what would Tomi do with this? What will this do with this? So for me, it's like really, really awesome. And through you, we've been introduced to a world of homeschoolers across Africa, globally, not just in Nigeria. So thank you so much. You've really, really been a blessing to so many of us. And thank you for this very, very insightful presentation that you did earlier. Now, I just wanted to also add something to what you said. I liked that you broke down the difference in Montessori lifestyle and Montessori education. And I wanted to just say, one practical way that we can introduce the lifestyle is also in how you get them to prepare their morning, like the bath time and breakfast. If it's possible, you could take their plates and put them on a lower shelf where their hands can reach. You don't have to design anything fancy, really, just your shelf at home. Maybe if it's where you usually used to keep your spices or your oils, just move it upwards to where your own hand can reach, and then put their plates where their hand can reach, their spoons, even their sponges and things like that. So you will say, let's go and prepare breakfast. They may not prepare the breakfast with you, but they can help set up their plates. So that's one way that they're learning through Montessori style. That's one thing that I know we're doing in my home, and I see him learning, and I'm like, go get your fork, get your spoon. He's able to do things like so. I just wanted to mention that in case someone was trying to have an idea how they can introduce lifestyle and Montessori education. in their home. So yeah, it's very cheap. You don't even have to spend money doing anything at all. And then if your kid is also very interested in always being with you in the kitchen, especially when they're that toddler age where they have a lot of attachments phase going on. I'm having a carpenter construct like a mini chair that allows him to stand up and see me do what I'm doing, and he's able to maybe do some cutting and chopping and destruction as well, separate from whilst I'm cooking, but he's able to still be with me without me having to carry him, whilst I'm doing what I'm doing. So yeah, those are just ideas that we implement here that I thought someone might find useful for themselves. So we'll attend to more of your questions, maybe if we have if our other speakers would have more time, or even after the end, if Tommy would have more time to attend to them. But I think that we're good on time. So let's just move on. Thank you all so much for all of your questions. I'm glad you guys are really, really, really engaging and commenting and giving your thoughts. Really, really awesome. Yes, homeschooling works and it rocks absolutely. So we're moving on to our next speaker. After which we're going to be having a partner message. This is just a heads up to our partner to please be ready with your message. After our next speaker, we're going to give you the floor or your partner message. So our next speaker, he briefly mentioned that she's mom to 4 boys. Like guys, 4 hefty soldiers. She's a mom to 4 boys, and she's homing all of them. In addition to that, she's also a book plumber, and she's also a home instructor. She talks on homeschool effectively. So not just homeschooling, but how to do so effectively. I don't know if she has joined us yet so that we can add her up as a panel. But ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome. Right, okay. Let's make welcome Linda Adeniyi. Hope I got that right. So she'll be giving us practical. That's one thing I really love about the homeschooling conversation. It's not just theoretical. These are parents, moms and dads who are doing this real time practically, and they would share from their learnings, they will share from their successes, and they'll just pretty much let us know what's working, what's not working, and through that we're able to implement what we can. Like the speaker said yesterday, one of the things he mentioned, which I liked, Mr. Lajuwomi, he said it's not a case for you to compare your home, but it's a case for you to pick out what will work for your home. Please resist the urge to compare your life. Instead, based on what you have as your reality, find out how you can put what's working to work in your own life, as opposed to telling yourself, why is my life not like this? Or why is my own husband or my own wife not like that, right? So let's just keep that in mind. Linda, hi, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us here.
Hello, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you so much for this conversation. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I am so much filled with joy joining this conversation. So today we are going to talk about how to homeschool effectively. I'm a mom of 4 boys, and people, they are actually, very surprised when they hear that. So I've been homeschooling for, this is our 5th year now. And then let's go right to the topic. So the question I saw online, it says, is homeschooling effective or not? If the question is thrown at me, I would say yes. Homeschooling is, very much effective. It can even be more effective than traditional or public school education, because it helps the parents, give them opportunity to instill their values and in their own child, and then it gives that one-on-one, teaching for each child. So now let's look at. I made a list here about how to homeschool effectively if you're actually trying to homeschool, or if you're already homeschooling and you're having maybe difficulties or something. So I'm going to share from my life experience. So number one says you need to know your reasons for homeschooling. So I'll start with myself as an example. Homeschooling, my reason for homeschooling is to lay the foundation for my children, you know, is to have that, to give them that interest to love learning, you know, and also to instill our own family values in them. So one needs, as a homeschooler, you need to know, you know, why you're homeschooling, you know, in the first place. So let me start from the story of when my, you know, first child, we started homeschooling him. I found that he was, you know, failing, the traditional school was failing him. You know, I remember the few times where I'll be taking him on assignments, and then you know, he will be crying, and those tears will make holes in his books. And I used to imagine that if the teacher really taught him well in school, he shouldn't be crying, he shouldn't be finding it difficult to take do his assignments. So I pondered on that, and until God revealed to us to actually venture into homeschooling. Before, I didn't really know what homeschooling was. It was a friend that I saw the advantage in her daughter at that time. So we now decided to move into homeschooling. So the second step will be have a good relationship with your children. First, you need to know who your kids are. Each of your children, you need to know their temperaments. You need to know their learning styles. Tommy actually mentioned some of those learning styles. You know, you need to know their abilities, their weaknesses. You know, because if you don't know your child ability and their weaknesses, it can actually affect the homeschooling approach. You know, so you need to know all those things. For example, if a child, you know, comes in maybe in the morning and he comes with an attitude of, oh, some, you know, they're humans actually. They're like, you know, normal human beings like us, you know, because sometimes people categorize them as, oh, they are just children. They have feelings, they have, you know, shortcomings, they have all those things. So you need to know their learning abilities. So the second one goes to, and the third goes to read homeschooling books. In fact, I've I've taken some online reading courses, and I found them very interesting because this is a new method in Africa and in Nigeria. So one has to equip oneself. If you go through some of these books, you'll be sure to get, you know, some of those you know, how to homeschool and how to know what homeschooling is really all about. And then I have an e-version of Charlotte Merson's book, where the lady talks about all, she combines all her books in one piece. So if anybody's interested, I can send the PDF book to her or him. So the fourth step goes to join homeschool groups and other online accounts. In fact, this has been what saved me all this while. Because in homeschooling in Nigeria, especially, there's nobody doing it. When I started, maybe like a few, if you even know them, they're not even showing what they were doing. They were not out there. They were just mute about it. So by joining other homeschoolers abroad, it really helped me a lot. I really got to understand the steps, how they were using different approaches, different curriculums, how the one can actually develop one's curriculum by himself or herself, you know. And the reason why I started developing my own curriculum, for any other person that's interested, is because for example, the American curriculum focuses more on their traditions, their weather. For example, they're talking about snow, winter, fall, their 4 seasons. We don't have 4 seasons in Nigeria. So I can't imagine myself teaching my kids all those, you know, traditions, you know, like Halloween, all those things. They are not part of our tradition. So I wanted a curriculum whereby it will fit in our beliefs, our values. Most of them are not even believers, they're not Christians. So I can't imagine myself pushing that towards my child. And even the government and requirements for the child to further more education standards in the country. So those things are not included. So that's why I went ahead to develop our own curriculum. So joining other homeschool groups and accounts is very important. So the fifth one is remove the fear of the unknown. In fact, I'll mention two fears here. Tommy mentioned one of them, and okay, let me still mention it. Say people get caught up with your children will never get socialized without being with being with other children or just staying at home. They will never get socialized, but that's not true. You know, I can tell you that my kids socialize even more than I do. They will see people and they talk, they express themselves. I am still very much shy, maybe because if I was homeschooled, maybe I could have gotten out of my shell. But my kids, from even the one that had, I can see, excuse me, even the ones I noticed that he has the kind of temperament and everything that I have. He's still very much outspoken. He can express himself very well. And then the spoken language, the English, the phonics, I never knew about all these things. When I started homeschooling, I started talking, speaking the English the way it should be. One of my reasons I started homeschooling also is to know things from the origin, not just pick from different angles and then jam it just like the way Nigerian teachers form their own aspects of teaching. Teaching has to be from the original. So just like Shonda's Mason is talking about living books, teaching has to be living. Yes, it has to be. So remove that fear of the unknown, like socializing your children is not true. They go out to church, we socialize, they socialize more. On Sundays, they go for drumming classes, they go for, different classes or whatever we have to do with other kids. And then they have the aspect of field trip. I remember when we went to fire station. In fact, if you see my kids, then you will think probably the way people think that they are already in a traditional school. Then my twins were not even in school. They've not started schooling then. That was when we just started. We've not been to any school, traditional school at all. So you would think that they've been there before because the way they were, saying hello, hi, and all that, they were very expressive and all that. So it's not true. The socializing aspect is not true. So the next one is, how will you teach? The question is, how will you teach your child when you're not an expert? Come on. Everybody learns every day. For me, I'm not an expert. I'm not an education expert. I am not, I've never taught before except during my NYSC. So I learned along the way, okay? Teaching your kids is just like potty training your child or breastfeeding. When I gave birth to my first child, the nurse told me, oh yeah, latch, do this, do that, it just, once you do it the first time, try it the second time, and you're consistent and you're conscious about it, you get at it. It becomes a lifestyle. Teaching your kids becomes a lifestyle. It's a gift. God has given to every human. You can teach one another if you focus on it, if you are consistent, if you read up. There are so many aspects to it. You read up, you find out things, you read books, and a lot of this. Then, okay, those are the two fears that you have to remove if you want to homeschool effectively. So number 6 says, set up a creative learning environment. In fact, that is my number one priority. When we started homeschooling, it was something I loved doing. And apart from that, a child sees an environment lit up with creative things and all that. Even the lessons, if you spice it up with a lot of creativity, the child is very excited. He wants to know more. He wants to learn. He wants to, find out more about what you want to teach or what you want to talk about. So the creative environment is very important. You don't just, expect the child to just come in and, see a bare environment or something. The spark won't be there. The learning aspects, it won't really spark. It might be there in a lower, aspect, but if you want to catch the child, to spice up, and the creative environment is very important, it's key. So the second one, the seventh one is, don't try to replicate school at home. Instead, let your school fit into your family lifestyle. In fact, this is also very important. When we started, I was thinking maybe the way they teach in school, the assembly, all those things. I tried something like that, but I noticed that it didn't work. So instead of the assembly, we did circle time in the morning. After circle time, then we'll enter into our activities. So replicating school at home, no. The child, for example, if a child just came out from a traditional schooling system, and the child had a hard time in that schooling system, and then you're not trying to bring back that again, it's not going to work. You need to bring something more interesting, more different from what he had, from the act. Like when we started, my first child that really led us to homeschooling, he had it, he had a hard time, with the school system. My second child didn't have any issue at all. He was, in fact, they were even calling him professor and all that. So that's when I knew that the different approaches to learning or teaching a child they are very, very different. So he had a hard time. So most of the things that we did after we pulled him out from the school was to de-school him. In fact, for a few months, we didn't do anything academic. I just allowed him to discover himself, and I discovered who he was. And then I discovered the kind of environment that he needs to learn. And then I started, reading up on different approaches. So while he was discovering himself, I was now, reading up and getting prepared for the homeschooling journey. So that's how it worked. So number 8, stick with to a daily flexible routine, and then prioritize your homeschool learning hours. Okay, so this is also very important, to stick to a routine. You don't want to have yourself jumping from one aspect of teaching to another. You need, with the routine, I mean, is to achieve, the routine will help you achieve the kind of desired result you need. So the routine, I mean, is for example, if we wake up in the morning, what do you do in each day? For example, we wake up in the morning, we take breakfast, and then they play a little, and then we come back to do our schoolwork. While we're doing our schoolwork, lunchtime, we'll take a break, go back to the work again. And sometimes we don't. We move it over to the next day. So in the evening, they play, and then we take our bath, take a dinner, and then we'll go to sleep. So the routine prepares the child to get ready for each day, to know what he or she should do. When we started, I made a board list, and I put it on the wall. So each morning they wake up, Mommy, what do we have for today? What are we? So they got used to it, and now we don't even need anybody again, because they're already used to the system, the routine that we use. And then also prioritize your learning hours. Your learning hours shouldn't be too, long, because the kids, according to their ages, they have, different time, this thing that they should be able to take in information. You shouldn't extend it too much for a child. You should maybe probably minimum of 2 hours to 4 hours a day. It's okay. You can even divide it up bit by bit. Maybe 1 hour take a break, or 2 hours take a break. Then the next 2 hours you're done. So that's another one. Then the 10th one is go on field trips. The beauty of homeschooling is going out to see what's happening, going out to, like for example, when we went to the fire station, one of my child had a lot of interest. He's always saying, I want to be a fireman. I want to be a fireman. I said, okay, fine. Let's go to a real fire station. And the excitement, in fact, all the things, before we went on the trip, I made sure we did a unit study on that aspect. So they've already read up, they already learned about the tools, the equipment and all that. So when they now got there, they were just pointing, look at this is for this for that, It was so exciting to them, they learned a lot through that trip. So field trips are very, very important. It inspires learning, so doing more of field trips as a homeschooler is also very important. So the 11th one is limit screen time. In fact, this always comes, as a debate in some places. But for me, this is what we do. When we started homeschooling, do you know what I did? I disconnected our decoder. I disconnected it, and then I bought a DVD player. So in that way, I just went to the market and I sourced for all those Tom and Jerry olden days and I loaded it up. So I can be able to monitor what they are watching, because on TV, on cables now, they are showing a lot of things that before you even try to put it off, they've already taken it in. And then there's a distraction, because they're always bringing in different videos, different people are always producing different things. So the excitement is for the child. So they want to quickly rush their work. I want to watch TV, no. But the DVD, they've already watched that CD already. So it's not really nice. They just want to watch it because they want to watch TV. So to back that up and to make it more modern, so what I do is I go on YouTube. I subscribe to some YouTube channels like Bilipi. Bilipi, they've learned a lot from Bilipi. So Bilipi, if I have a DVD converter or whatever from YouTube, I want to convert a Bilipi on a DVD player. So that has been very exciting. I look for educational videos that can inspire learning, like Dr. Binox. In fact, Dr. Binox for science, it has taught them a lot of things. So those are the things. And I also did this. I got a flash. I downloaded some videos that I know that they can watch according to the unit study that we are doing at that time. And then I plug it on the TV. So in that way, they are watching, maybe I will have like 20 or 30 on the flash. So they watch like a playlist on the TV, on the screen. So it's gives adds a plus too. They are not even missing anything on the decoder or anything. So that solves the problem. So the screen time is important. Then we have times when we watch TV. But for now, it changed over the years. But for now, this is what we do. When I'm taking the two oldest, I put on the DVD for the younger ones. So once they are done, and then I'll now take the younger ones, as well. So that's how we do it. So I use screen time as a gap or a bridge, to take care of the two, because they are in two groups, the older and the younger ones. So even though the older ones, they are not in the same grade level, but I try to combine the curriculum I did, gave me the opportunity to combine the two classes as one. So we are using the thematic approach to learning. That's the unit study method. So let's move on. Number 12 says, let your child or children learn at their own individual pace. That is very important. That's what they call child learning. If you give the child the opportunity to learn on their own, in fact, okay, for example, recently, I've not made a post yet, but recently, I think yesterday, this week, we talked about parts of the computer. You know, it's amazing. I'm going to make a post maybe tomorrow or today. I was even on the curriculum I designed, it says, let the child design the curriculum, the computer and the parts and the computerized devices using cardboard sheets or any material that they want to use. In fact, we've not even reached that part. I just told them, gave them, played a video from the internet describing the types of computer, the parts of computer and all that. So it's even that night, after that night, we talked about it. My second son was so eager. He didn't want to sleep. He said, Mommy, I want to make a computer using black blocks. We have these micro blocks that I got for them. He's been doing amazing, doing wonders. In fact, that toy, in fact, if I can have so many and I'll just be giving out to homeschooling families, it is amazing. Kids can do things. They can do a lot of things with that blocks. So guess what? He made a computer, a desktop computer, the keyboards, the mouse, the flash, even AirPods with black blocks. I was amazed. In fact, you need to see the post. When I make the post, you need to see the picture. Very amazing. So I now told myself, this is how learning should be. You let the child express themselves, let the child lead. You know, the computer aspect, they got interested in, they always tell me, I want a laptop, I want a phone. I'll tell them it's not yet time. So when I introduced this computer subject, they now said, okay, since we don't have the real ones, let us make a lookalike. And you see the way they are carrying it around. My other son made a laptop. Like I put on his lap, they don't have it next door. Very amazing, you know. So let a child or children learn at their own pace. It's very important. Don't force them. If they're not interested in it, like I introduced a topic and I found out that they're not interested, it's either I find ways to make it interesting to them, or I ask them, okay, how do you want me to teach you this subject? Or I just leave it and introduce another one. So that's how we learn. So the 13th one is plan the school year ahead by mapping out the study plan for the whole year. Okay, so when I started homeschooling, I don't think I've even planned a full year before. You know, I started planning my full year, I think my 4th year homeschooling. That's when I started doing it. And I found that is amazing because it will help you know what is ahead of time. Because when I started, I had this issue of not knowing what to do next. And the next and the next and the next. So it was really in the nights, maybe I will even stay up hours thinking of, okay, what do we do? So this year, I planned ahead of time and I made sure that those things, the topics I wrote for the year, we were able to treat them. Sometimes it doesn't really go as planned, but sometimes what I do is I just have to find a way to chip it in. You know, sometimes it can be through practical or theory. So just to make sure that we are moving on for the school year. So the last one on my list will be enjoy the process. You know, one of the downfalls in homeschooling can be not enjoying the process, because if you don't believe in enjoying the process, you can, start feeling overwhelmed with a lot of things. Homeschooling have ups and downs. Homeschooling have the joy. But the joy is seeing your child, what you actually taught the child previously. The child is already using it, making it useful in his everyday life. That is one of the joy. Seeing that sometimes when I feel down, that maybe I'm not doing much, or we're not even learning, we're not doing as planned for this year. But when I see them, the past things that we've learned before, and I see them making use of it, and I'm like, wow, this thing is really working. So I actually need to enjoy this process, for me to make it work. So as a homeschooler, one needs to enjoy the process and, encourage your kids. If you're not enjoying the process, they will know. Your kids, they will know, and that can affect them as well. So you just find yourself thinking, okay, what's the alternative? Maybe I should put them back in school. I've gotten to that point where I felt down. But each time I do and I pray, God keeps telling me, just ask for grace. And his grace has been sufficient and has been very helpful. So that's all we have for today. Am I on time? What's the time now? This is 12. Okay.
You're very, very,
So,
very, very on time. So it actually gives us room to respond to questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just like, wow. Oh my God. I don't even know how you do it, but I can imagine his grace and just sheer determination. And like you said, the joy and fulfillment that you see watching your children soak up all their learning and express that in different ways. That must be really amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Like, we're blessed to have you. Thank you. Sharing your experience.
Thank you.
I don't know how you're doing it with 4 boys. Look at one there. Hello.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. I feel like all the kids are featuring themselves. First, we had Cuddles. He featured himself. Snuggles even featured himself somehow. And now this one, one of your boys have also featured himself. So it's amazing. This is really a parent show. So we're okay with the flexibility it brings. So let's just take some of the questions that we have. Someone says, can you recommend homeschooling books to read? And that, yes, they're interested in the PDF that you had mentioned.
Okay. I think I'll have to make a list of them. I can't really remember, all of them, but that Charlotte's Mason book, I have a PDF of it. I can send whoever is interested a PDF. So maybe through email or Instagram, I don't know, any platform.
I think Tommy would be a best bet.
Okay, I'll make a list of those.
All right. So the next question we have here is, do you do any family style learning?
Our family style is actually the uni-study learning. We apply uni-study and then I involve all the kids together. So I give them activities that are according to their age groups. So that's how we, homeschool together. So sometimes I divide it up as well.
So okay, I hope that answered your question. Or maybe were you asking if there's anything the whole family does as a learning, like mommy, daddy, and the kids? I don't know if that's what she meant with her question. Maybe you can retype or let us know if we answered your question. So the next question, while we wait for that, please share the YouTube channels that I can check for my kids. And I will appreciate something on spelling too. What is your IG handle? Check in the comments, in the chats. We put her IG handle there, but I'll let her respond to the other 2 questions.
Okay. I'll also make a list. I follow what's her name again? JDA. I follow Billy P. I follow some homeschooling account and family accounts like I've forgotten her name. Maybe I'll also make a list. I can't really remember their names right now. So I'll make a list of the books, of the YouTube channels, and all that. So
I know you addressed this next question too. Maybe you can give us more details to it. It was actually directed as the first speaker, but because she had also been said that we should save that for you. So we're asking you the question because you have the experience. How would you split your time when 2 or more children have different interests?
Okay. let me take you back to our experience. There was a time my second son, he wanted to talk about earthworms, and then the other one was asking me about I think what again, is it bees or so. So what I do is either I answer them there and then maybe we go through Google, or maybe I tell him, okay, let's do a drawing of this, or we read for books around the house and then we read up about them. So it depends on how much, because as they ask the question, I dive in more deeper, then that gives me more room to answer. If maybe there are 4 of them or 10 of them, I can answer them as well, like that. And then we also, with that, sometimes if the unit study, the question, for example, the earthworm, if it's something I want them to learn more, I can turn it into a unit study, then dive deeper. I add it to our unit study for the month or for the week, combined with the other our other homeschool activities. So it works that way.
Okay. Thank you. I hope that answered the question. The next question we had here, someone is asking if you're willing to share your curriculum or to share how you developed your curriculum, because I think you already explained your why, when you talked about the weather with the US and their culture and events that they celebrate, which we don't have predominantly here. So she's asking if you're willing to share your curriculum or how you developed it and what to look out for or what to add.
Okay, for my curriculum, the reason why I've not really put it out there is because I always find myself adding and subtracting, because I really want it to, be easy to use. Because each time I develop a curriculum, I want to use it with my kids first, so I will know, what and what, if it's good or not, So I keep tweaking as I go. So, but I have the preschool and the pre-kindergarten curriculum ready, although I still want to add more things, but it's just like a list of what to do for each week. I have that, it's not really out yet. So, but it's actually I put it up for sale, but for now, I just want to keep it low until I'm done. But for someone that wants to develop from scratch, you can actually start by knowing what are your values, what do you want your kids to learn, what are they interested in, or you can see it from a general view, what are kids interested in. For example, if you're going to space, insects, body systems and all that. And then I also try to merge with what the NERDC, or I think the Nigerian curriculum standard wants. So in case if you find yourself putting your child back to school, so I also like to put that in view as well. So I combine all those things together to create a curriculum. So that's how I do it.
Okay, so I think if you need more information on that, the person who asked the question, you can always reach out to her directly. I'm hoping that she would have the time to respond to you. So I'm just going to ask you some questions so we can, first of all, know you better, understand the insights and the motivation behind your decision to homeschool. Just tell us what a typical day is like for you.
Okay. Okay. In the morning, we wake up. In fact, I'm not good with mornings at all. I shouldn't lie about that. I wake up very late in the morning.
You're the second speaker who is not good with mornings. So it's okay.
The problem is, I'm just remembering, going to school, waking up in the morning when I was in school, and all those standards, all those training. I don't see it working. It still didn't work. I don't wake up early. So, talking about the waking up early and all that, I started seeing how it's important to allow a child to grow normally. Waking up kids in the morning, even the parents, for a normal traditional school, it's like a punishment. The child, I remember my first child, when we are taking him to school, the traditional school. Sometimes when I wake him up in the morning, I could see that he's so tired. He wants to sleep more. He's still a baby. In fact, that really, thinking about that now, it's really affecting me. I was like, how come I didn't know this homeschooling thing from the beginning? Instead of punishing kids and all that. But anyway, back to the question. Our morning time goes like this. My kids wake up before me now. Before I used to wake up before them.
Right.
But because I know that the routine is working, I have to relax now. I don't want to give myself. So because I work late to write curriculums and to prepare the activities ahead of time and all that. So that keeps me waking up very late. So they wake up and then, yes. So I wake up in the morning. By the time I'm up, they're already playing with their blocks. They're already learning, because those blocks, they teach them a lot. They communicate with each other. They socialize. They take turns, all those things that Tommy mentioned. They do all those things before I wake up. And then I start preparing their breakfast. Then after that, we arrange the table for morning time. So our morning time involves reading the Bible. We just finished First Samuel, so we're doing Second Samuel now. So reading the Bible, going through the Bible first, and then I make sure that each time we are reading the Bible and we're on the table, nobody stands up. So once they finish, we have a tray, they drop their cups there, and then they take their painting books, and everybody paints while I read. So I make sure I go through. We have books that we read for the month and for the week, it depends, or for the year. So once we are done with the reading aspect, then everybody stands up, and I will now start the normal learning time. So I'll start taking them individually or as a group. For example, the unit study, what helps me more is we have a wall where we set up the unit study activities or pictures, so once it's already always there all the time. So once we are done, I take it away and put another one. So the unit study, the wall arrangement gives the child an idea, and once they pass through that corner, they always ask questions. Okay, what was this? Like we are studying in geography, we are studying North America. So they always ask me what's Statue of Liberty, what's this, what's that. So each time they ask me the question, we go maybe on YouTube or Google to find out more about those things. So setting up that wall helps a lot, because the child is always going there to ask for more information and all that. So after that, we move over to lunchtime. Then after lunchtime, then it's either we continue back from where we stopped. But usually I find myself, I'm really tired at that time. So I can just start doing my hobby. Like now I'm taking my nature journaling seriously. It's something I love doing. And before I used to see myself like I'm putting so much into the homeschooling. I'm not even having time for myself. So, and that's what really hard. And I found out, okay, maybe I can actually start my art, aspect, because art gives me, it gives me a lot of joy when I'm doing it. It's something that makes me happy. I'm an artist. I read arts, fine arts in the university. So it's something I love doing. So at that time, I have more time to do my hobbies, my craft, or if you have any, then allow the kids to play as well. So now, some days when for example, in the evening, I still find the kids coming back. For example, my pre-kindergartner, maybe that was the time he has finished playing. We finished school, he will still come back and say, "Mommy, I want to do my work now." Maybe it's around 9 or 8 or 7. Okay, that's an opportunity. And I found that kids, when they come at that time, they want to learn. That's when when you teach them whatever you want, they will grab at that time. So even though I'm so tired, I will have to force myself. Like most of the time, I started teaching him how to write. Most of that time window that he comes to meet me, that's when he learns most of his writing skills. So I'm glad. So our learning happens anytime of the day. So that's how it goes. So in the evening, we take our bath, dinner, and then we sleep. So that's how we go about it.
Right. Okay. So one of the things that I actually liked that you kept mentioning was you realizing that you also had to, do something for you. My next question would be, how do you deliberately take care of yourself in the midst of all the homeschooling, all the momming, all the wifing, all the leading?
In fact, I think this year is when I can actually say I want to be taking care of myself, because I've not been. I've just been living my life as the day comes. So well, I'm still starting out. I can't still give you this is what I do, this is what I do. For ourselves with the journaling aspect, and then having time to rest whenever my body says, "Oh, yeah, go and rest." That's how I do it.
Okay. All right. So we have one more question here. Someone is asking, what is your favorite homeschooling book? I think what's your favorite homeschooling book?
Okay, I think my recent love now is Charlotte Mason. I love that woman. After reading up on her, I think I love her style. And I even found out that most of the things that we've been doing has been actually connected to that approach. And I didn't even know. The poetry aspect, the grammar, the art appreciation, the music, everything is embedded, and that's some of those few things we've been doing them as well. So I really love, and she has written many books, so I really love her books, although I've not read everything, but the ones I've read, that's Charlotte Mason, Home Education, is very nice. It's a good read.
Right. Hey, all right. So I'm just gonna give you some 7 fire questions to get your response on them. Are you ready? All right. The first one. Don't worry, they're very easy question. First one, for breakfast, eggs or pancakes?
We do tea and bread, and sometimes pancake.
Okay. Okay. For going out on dates, whether it's for family or for you and the hobby, dining in or dining out?
Oh, well, we've not been going out like that too, because of this COVID.
Right. Okay, so dining in. Okay. This one is a very easy giveaway. Traditional school or homeschool?
Homeschool, homeschool.
All right. With reading, do you prefer ebooks or hard copy?
Hard copy, because I can easily grab, anytime I want. But ebooks, I'll have to go online and, hard copy.
Okay. Which one is best for you, dancing or singing?
Both.
Okay, that's nice. For relaxation, would you prefer to go to a spa or to exercise?
Spa. I think I need that now. Spa.
Right. So please, someone should copy this and just send this audio to her husband or whoever is blessed and inspired to give her a spa date. Please give this mama a spa date. Thank you. And then the last one is, would you prefer a shower or to soak up in a bathtub?
Wow, that soaking up makes sense.
if all these gentlemen behind you will let you soak up in peace.
Have you?
Right. Okay, that's the end of our fire questions for you for today. Thank you so much, so much. I mean, the comment section is blowing up with how inspiring you are and what a blessing you are to us and us having you here today. Oh wow, someone is already
say hi.
We'll check up on it to be really sure, and that's your donation. But Linda, you've been amazing. Thank you so much. Do you guys want to introduce yourselves? Do you want to say hello to everyone?
Okay.
Hi.
Do you want to... Hi.
So should I?
So what's your name? Let's start with him who is missing some tooth.
What's your name?
What's the name?
Kara.
You say Kamara.
We didn't hear you.
Now they introduce yourself.
Kamara.
My name-
Okay. And how about you, big brother?
My name is Ololade Michael Adeni.
Swine.
Ooh, lovely name. Lovely name. Thank you. It's a smile. Thanks for being here with us and letting mommy share everything that she has shared with us. Oh, now you want to speak, eh? Linda, thank you so much. Just wondering if you had any last words for us. Do you have anything you want to share with us before we wrap up?
Okay. I just want to encourage all the homeschooling moms out there. Keep keeping on, it's not easy, it's just like a normal lifestyle. You experience a lot of low times and good times, but just focus on your kids. Look out for the joy in them. Don't think they're not getting, nothing is entering. If you try an approach and it's not working, please try again. Use another approach to teach them in a particular topic. Change up your plans, bring in activities, and then I want to encourage, homeschoolers also, be creative. It doesn't really mean that you have to be a professional. Just be creative about teaching your kids. It's very important too, because that gets to them. For example, let them do more of fine motor skills. That engages them. I find I have a child who likes using his hands mostly. If I bring in the theory aspect, he'll just be, oh, mommy, I don't want it. He wants that practical aspect, and I give him more of that, and I give him a little bit of the theoretical aspect. So if you know what your child needs, just give it to your child, and that will encourage your child to get inspired more in learning, and then let your child, like I mentioned, be the teacher, let them be inspired, even portray what you want them to be, practice whatever you want it to be, let them see it in you, artists, because they are watching you every day. They're looking out for what you're doing, they want to do exactly what you're doing. So you have to, give those values, those family values. You need to express them by doing it for them to see. So that's how I have.
I just have one question. It's just I realize it's actually important to hear your perspective on it. I know that you said with your first kid you had tried the traditional school route and then you realized that wasn't working for you guys. Now, based on that experience and the experience that you have seen as you were also traditionally educated, right? What would you say are your thoughts on our Nigerian educational system? And if you had to change a few things, what would that be, or what would they be for you?
Okay. First of all, I'll change the curriculum. In fact, the curriculum is 0. They're still using. I can't believe they're still allowing the ancient curriculum to be in place for schools. The accent of the curriculum is key, because you get to introduce to the child different topics that can help them. For example, and then the curriculum has to be, the teachers has to teach according to the child, the kind of learner the child is, know the child, and then make use of the curriculum in a way the child understands. So the curriculum plays a major role. I would like to change the curriculum of Nigeria. And then the aspect of coming to school and coming back to school late. Then my kids, they come back around 4 or 5 sometimes. And then what time would they have to play? what time do they have to have with family? So that should be cut out as well. I would like to change that. You know, there's so many things, but these two are the ones I can remember for now.
Right. Thank you again. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you to your handsome boys as well for being really amazing. We really enjoyed our time with you. We hope that you honor our invitation again when we do have you. Tommy is back online. Tommy, do you wanna say something? Let's say something to her.
No, please, we're good, we're good. Thank you so much. And Linda and I are working on the community, so to speak, so that it is more, we know the way Lagos is and how it can be. So we're going to have like a mainland island version kind of thing. So, but we're still talking about it. So, but once everything is finalized, we're going to share it.
Right. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. So, Linda, have a wonderful day ahead. If you have the time, please stay and still join us. The conversation is still going on. We have more interesting a lineup of speakers, for our panel session and for the next session that we have ahead of us. But thank you again. We really appreciate you. Have a wonderful day ahead.
Thank
you.
Bye,
Michael. Bye, Kamara. Yeah. Bye, guys. Bye. Okay. So thank you, parents, for still being here, ladies and gentlemen, for still being here. We appreciate that you guys are here. Oh, interesting. Luis, I never knew you were in Port Harcourt. For some reason, I thought you were in Lagos. Wow, that's interesting to know. And I see all the comments. You guys are making it so difficult for me to pick winners for our for our giveaway, but you just moved. I see. Well, I grew up in Port Harcourt, so I'm sure you'll love it there. Hopefully we'll see you in December. Yay! Okay, let's move on. We're going to have a very quick message from our partner. And Caroline is from Accra, Ghana. Right, we see you and thank you so much for being with us. You've been really, really, really engaging in the comments and we appreciate that. We're going to get a message from our partner. I don't know if the representative from Twinkle is here. Please, can you confirm that you're here so we can plug you in and hear from you so we move on to our next item on the schedule. While we're waiting for that, as I'm really trying my best to see how I can, we have too many gifts here. The gifts will actually go around the way it's looking, but I just want to be sure that for those who are outside of Lagos, we can give them appropriate gift that they don't need to come, pick up or pay for logistics and all that stuff. But we'll sort that out. So do we have a representative from Twinkle so we can plug you in? Louise, calm down. She doesn't mind paying. You want to put your chat to everyone so everyone can see your comments because you're commenting only to hosts and panelists. So check your setting and be sure you're replying to everyone. Okay. Mosi Mil. Oh, let me not scatter your name. Please, do we have a representative from Twinkle yet? Tommy, do you want to confirm if the person from Twinkle is here yet? Whilst we're waiting for. Okay, don't forget that you can continue with the conversation online. Share all your Insta stories, your Twitters, and remember to tag at the Kodo blog so we can, keep up with your conversation as well. Share what it is you're learning. Share the link with your friends so they can join in because this is going to be really, really amazing. Yes, like I said earlier, this is also a good opportunity for you to meet up with, people who can make up your community, your homeschooling community. So it's good you share your location so people who are based in the places where you are can always identify with you. We had a very interesting conversation with Mr. Lajuwomi yesterday where they talked about the Abuja meet up. It seems like Abuja has a very, very hustling, an interesting hub for parents, homeschooling parents, and even non-homeschooling parents as well. They have a lot of that. So you want to connect with people who are in Abuja. They had like a fun book thingy, they had like have a barbecue coming up really soon. So Lagos, I think we also need to pull forces and do our own thing as well, even those in Port Harcourt, in Ghana, and other parts of Nigeria and Africa. Tommy, where are we? One moment, please. One moment. Let me.
I've tried to message them, but I don't know. I'm not getting a response yet.
Okay. No worries. So because we still have some time before our next panel session, I just would have loved for us to get the partner message together. But nonetheless, we would obviously want to thank the partners who have supported today's event, today and yesterday's event. We thank them for being a part of it, and even the individuals who also supported financially and also giving gift items as well. We really thank you. We do not take it for granted at all. One of them that we have to thank will be the guys from Twinkle. We're actually looking to hear more about them. That's why we're waiting to hear from the representative. We also have our sponsors from My Fun Box, and they are also giving, I think, 2 fun box free to some of our participants from today. So you'll be getting one of that. You'll be lucky. We also have someone from That Igbo Child. That Igbo Child spoke to us yesterday, where they told us about the very, very exciting and interesting learning resource that they have for language development for kids, from Igbo language even to Yoruba, Spanish. I think they also mentioned French and further languages as well. So you might want to check them out at That Igbo Child and see what resources they have. They also have some discounts ongoing that you might also want to take advantage of. We also have to thank one of our sponsors from the Dr. Connect. Dr. Connect, they've been really fantastic. They're also giving out a free subscription to some participants from today's event as well. So we're looking forward to sharing that with you. And we have from the Sparkle Kids as well. Sparkle Kids are giving off something. And we also have the Children's Language School, and of course from the Allure CV signatures as well. These are some of the sponsors for today. Thank you so much. And to all of our generous individual donors, thank you all so much again. Remember that this whole event, the replay, will be shared to you after the event. You get it on via your email. And if you also want to get more information, you can always check out the Cuddle blog for more resources on homeschooling, and get to hear how Tommy started, and get more learning resources, places you can take your children to. If you're in Ibadan, if you're in Lagos, if you're in Abuja, you can have those resources right there on the blog as well. Okay, I think we'll just move on. We can always come back to having the partner message from the guys from Twinkle. So we'll be moving on to a panel session. I just need to confirm that all of our panelists are ready. Give me a second, please. I'll be right back, please. Oh, that's why we're actually trying to connect with our speakers for the panel. I apologize for that long silence there. We're trying to connect with our speakers for the panel session, so we'll proceed with that. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Because we're doing very well on time. We're doing very, very well on time. So I'm just hoping that, you know, we can wrap up as quickly as possible. Okay. Okay, I'm really glad you guys are sharing your information, contact information and all of that. So me, please, if you don't mind, can you just confirm if we have our panels ready, Ama, Toki, and Adishola, so we can proceed? Or yeah, okay. Right. So do you have an update, please?
They're all here. They're all here.
Oh, right. Okay, then. Fantastic. So that's great. That's really, really great. So we're going to get right into our panel session for today. And this is going to be really, really exciting. I'm actually looking forward to hearing from all three of them. And without further ado, they'll be talking about the heart of home education. And you know, initially Tommy had given us an intro into the different approaches to homeschooling, from the classical to the Montessori to the unschooling and the rest of them. So for this panel session, we're going to be hearing from three parents who are taking on different approaches, and they'll share their experience with us amongst other aspects of their homeschooling journey so far. So let's welcome Ama Nate. I hope I got that right. Ama Nate will be joining us for this panel session. And we'll also be having a dad. I like that we have a blend of moms and dads. We had a dad yesterday, and we're also going to be having a dad today. And he's an active homeschooler as well. So we're welcome Toki Numbere to join us on the panel. Yes, we have a daddy in the house. And we also have, last but not the least, Adeshola Lajuomi. Now, Adeshola's husband was with us yesterday, and it was remarkable a session to have with him. And everybody kept also complimenting his wife and saying she's such an angel, she's the hero, heroine. You know, like they had good words to say about Adeshola. So Adeshola, the stakes are really high, and we really look forward to hearing what you have to say. Oh, Mama, so good to have you. Thank you so much for joining us here. So without further ado, let me just plug them all in. Are you guys noticing a pattern with all of our speakers? We're having the kids feature. So just letting you know that it's very okay that you're with your baby, and we actually do commend and applaud you for even showing up despite all of this. So thank you for keeping it real with us. All right. We're trying to just keep them all connected. Toki, are you here? Toki.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Awesome. We can hear
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Adeshola.
Mm.
Adeshola, please confirm that you're here.
Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic. Hi. All right. And Amma, I see that you're here with us already. Awesome. Thank you all so much. So we're talking about the heart of home education, which is tied to our theme for the arts and the heart of home education. And I'm just going to give the floor to each one of you to give us, an intro into your journey and your perspective of what you consider as the heart of home education. I think we can start with Amma. So let's start with you. You can introduce yourself, tell us a little bit more about you, and let us know what your idea of the heart of home education is.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. So I, like you already mentioned, I have four kids. I'm still getting used to the idea that I have four because I had my fourth one just a couple of months ago. So still getting used to it.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So when you talk about the heart of homeschooling, I think you're really, how I see it is really your motivation and what really drives you and why you're doing what you're doing. And so for us, myself and my husband, at the heart of all of this, we were looking for, peace of mind. We're looking for some kind of a stress-free life, something that made sense to us, something that would work logistically for our lives. And I know that some of you may relate to this, but we live in the outskirts of Accra. So we do not live inside the city. We're on the outskirts. And that means that, it takes a lot of time to drive into town. We were also not very happy because we're out of town. We were not really happy with there are good schools around where we live, but we couldn't find one that we were happy with. And so if we had to take the kids to school, we're driving for hours and hours in the morning to take them to school. Usually we have to wake up the kids like around 4:30. And for those of us in Accra, you know the traffic situation. It's just, unthinkable. It's crazy. So wake the kids up at 4:30, get them ready, and then by 5 a.m. they are sitting in the cars and driving to school to get to school by 7. By the time they get to school by 7, they're already sleepy and tired and grumpy and all kinds of things. And so it all didn't make sense to us. Especially for me, I had just left my corporate job, something had done for 10 years. And so I was just at that point where I was just tired, looking for meaning, what's the meaning of all of this? It just didn't make sense. And so homeschooling was just a natural option for us, to take. And that's what has brought us to where we are today.
Right. Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. So for you was just finding what was going to work for your family at the time. My heart breaks hearing that you actually need to wake them up at 4:30. It's just, it resonates with what our last speaker, Belinda, was also saying, which was her experience before she decided to homeschool all of her kids. Having to wake up your kids so early and you realize they still want more sleep. In fact, even you as a parent, you also want more sleep. And so it's just, I can't even imagine. But yeah, so great. Thank you so much for that insight. I think we'll just move on to our next speaker and hear from him as well. Our dad, homeschooler, Toki, tell us about your own experience and what you consider to be the heart of home education.
Okay. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi.
So my name is Toki. I live in Lagos with my family. We have two girls. They are 3 and one is turning. My first is turning. Our first is turning 5 on Tuesday. So been homeschooling for about 3 years, give or take. So I would say the heart of homeschooling is really wanting the best for your child. So you feel like there's an issue that the solutions around you do not quite work solve. So you want to see you can do the best for your child, really. And so in a sense, I think that's really the heart of homeschooling that you're saying, I care about my child so much that I feel like this method or this path that I want to take will get the best results, and I'm willing to do everything it takes to get there. And so for us, me personally, I've always known I've always known I've always known that there was
My
something wrong.
God.
I've always known that there was something wrong with the way my schooling went, but it wasn't until I came across homeschooling that I began to fit the pieces. So at heart, it's just I want the best for my child, so I'm willing to try different things and see which one works. Yeah.
Right, right. Awesome. Okay, thank you. Thanks for that. Of course, we'll still come back to more questions for you. I like how we're keeping this really comfortable, and this is our new normal, having the kids feature with the parents as we're speaking. So don't feel uncomfortable if they're actually wanting to be with you. Hello. All right, so Adeshola, we're moving to you now. Would like to get your perspective as well, and just a little intro into who Adeshola is.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Tommy, for putting this together. You can hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah.
Yes.
So thank you so much for putting this together. It's been amazing, like connecting with this community, and yeah, I'm really grateful for this opportunity. So my name is Adeshola, and I live in Abuja with my husband and my 2 children, who are nearly 4 and nearly 2. And the heart of homeschooling for me is really about happiness, I guess, freedom, and respect for, any human being, whether it's a child, an adult, just to have respect for each individual. So homeschooling for our family has really just allowed us to kind of work out for ourselves who we are, to be able to really connect with our children, and to just, it's been a beautiful experience. I'm really enjoying the journey. They're still young, so I'm still a kind of new homeschooler in that sense. But yeah, I'm really loving the experience and the journey. So thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Adeshola. I like that the experience we're going to be getting from all 3 of our panelists will come across different locale, from Ghana to Lagos to Abuja. So that would also give us, some perspective in some way. But I think one of the things that I would like for us to address would be telling us why the approach that you use for your homeschooling. Tommy, in her homeschooling 101 introduction, had told us about the different approaches that there were. So from the Montessori to unschooling to what's the other one? I forget a few of them. To the classical and even more of that. I don't remember all of them. Charlotte, I think. So if you could tell us which of the approaches that you engage with for your homeschoolers, and tell us why you're using that and what the wins have been for you, and if also what the downs have been, if there are, for you. Additionally, since you were the last speaker, we can just start with you and then we'll proceed with the other speakers.
Okay, so we are currently unschooling, unschooling, world schooling. There's so many, there's so many terms, but unschooling, unschooling. So that is primarily child-led learning. So how we go about our days is that I ask my children what would they like to do today, what are they interested in, and I try to incorporate that in our daily routine. So they're still very young. They're nearly 4 and 2. So their main interest at the moment is normally park. If I ask them what they want to do, they'll say park, both of them. So I think we've explored pretty much every park in Abuja at the moment. Yeah, we try to, try to see all the parks that we can possibly find here, which has been really fun. Then I'm an explorer by nature. I love to be out and about, and luckily my children do too. So it's been a great experience for both of us. We get out. We usually get out of the house pretty much every day by 10 a.m. So that's, and then we can either come back for lunch or have lunch outside, pack lunch or at a restaurant. And then we normally come back around 4, make dinner. And that's pretty much how our unschooling days kind of go in a sense. So so we're unschooling, and it's fully child-led learning. And and living and kind of just learning through everyday life, I guess. It's the children at the moment, they follow me to the supermarket, to the bank, to the mechanics, wherever is part of our normal day-to-day life. The children are experiencing that, physically, they're speaking to different people and they're getting amazing experiences through real life communication. And that's unschooling for us, really.
Okay, thank you. So just wondering, is there, if any at all, is there some downside, some cons, to this approach that you've experienced so far?
I really don't have a downside because unschooling is so flexible. I don't have a downside. So it's like, if say I need a rest day, or say my daughter isn't feeling so well at the moment, if we need to take a rest, then that naturally, it's all about being naturally led as we are as human beings. There's nothing that is forced, or if they're not into something, then it's not something that I'm going to force, like an activity or something like that. So there's actually nothing negative that our experience at the moment, to be honest. No.
Awesome. All right. Okay, so Toki, thank you so much, Adishola. We'll come back to you. Let's just take rounds with the other panelists. Toki, do you want to take a stab at the question?
Yeah, sure. So we're classical homeschoolers, or I like to say we hope to be classical homeschoolers, because our kids our oldest is just 5. So the idea behind classical education is that it's that there's wisdom from the elders have wisdom, pretty much. And so there's this story, I don't know if anybody remembers it, back in the days when the animals decided that they were going to kill their parents, and so they went and killed all their parents, apart from, of course, the tortoise who hid his mom. And when there was a problem, they didn't know where to go, and so they finally, the tortoise went and asked his mom, and she gave him a solution. And everybody was asking, where did you get this answer from? And the tortoise said, well, while you guys were killing your parents, I actually hid my mom. And so the moral of the story was actually that, there's wisdom from experience. So classical education is saying that human beings have been around for a while. You're not the first human beings. This is not the first generation. there's a lot of good things that have happened in the previous generation. There are people that have achieved a lot more than we actually have. And what we are doing is actually building on the foundation that some people have laid. So it's saying what is the best that, and this is predominantly in the Western context, what is the best that people have taught, the best ideas people have had, the best methods they've used. Let's use it to direct our children's path. And so that's what it is in terms of the idea behind it. And so there are three terms: there's truth, there's goodness, and there's beauty. So it's not just about what the child knows, but also about what kind of human being am I forming? What kind of morals is my child having? And so there, you mold the children, so to speak, with literature, with really good books, with books that gives the child bigger ideas. And then there's also beauty. You want to have a child that has good taste. You want a child that is aware of, their environment. You want a child that is culturally literate and generally knows what's going on. So, for example, we've been looking at basic astronomy over the past week, and we come out and you know that these things out there are not just stars. Some of them are actually planets. Which planets can we see? You can see Venus, we can see Jupiter, we can see Saturn. What phases does the moon have? As in, the child is not just a cog in the wheel, but the child is aware of everything that is going on. And of course, okay, I've talked about the kind of moral formation that I want our children to have. So in terms of method, I hope I'm not talking too fast. Classical education is saying that children have different phases of learning. And so it starts with, you want to gather information first. You want to just gather the information, and then after a while, they begin to build on that information. They begin to use the information that they're learning. And so classical education kind of starts off slow because you're not rushing to, there's a time for critical thinking, there's a time for, a lot of things. But in the early ages, they're saying you want to gather the materials. You don't build something out of nothing. And so you have to gather the materials first before you can build something out of the materials that you need. So math, for example, you want to, the child needs to know their times table. The child needs to know their math and subtraction facts, however you choose to do this before they go into algebra. And so you want to say, let's build the foundation first before you move to the next stage. And so that's the grammar stage. And then when they begin to use that, they begin to argue. So like in the ages around when maybe 11, when they're in JS1, junior secondary years corresponding to us, children are always argumentative. They're asking questions. That is when we begin to talk about critical thinking. Classical education is also about a lot of imitation. If you have learned how to play the piano, it's not always the best to start telling the child to just compose stuff. You can do it on the side, but you want the child to start imitating stuff that have already been done before. And so you're learning, you're repeating, you're practicing what people have done before, and then you can use that to actually build a structure of your own. So that's pretty much it. Classical education, and the final stage is the rhetoric stage where the child is going to express themselves in writing, in speaking. So at the end of the day, you're trying to form there's a certain type of individual that you're trying to form in classical education, but it always starts off slow, and you have to actually go through the process to do that. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think this is the first time I'm actually getting like a very insightful and practical and local based, perspective to the classical approach. Yeah, thanks. Just also, the same thing I asked with Adeshola, is there a con to you that you've noticed with this approach?
Yeah, definitely. I'll say the first one, of course, is that classical education is Western based. Is Eurocentric, yeah. And so of course we're not Westerners. But I think it's now up to you to see how can I adjust this to my context, how can I contextualize this. And so I think that's the biggest pushback I can think of against classical education. So, but I think it's something that's also really adaptable. And so if it's a book about snow, for example, you're asking yourself, I mean, you can read it, but you're also asking yourself, what other books can I get here? Can I also get good literature that tells that's situated in my environment in addition to what's also going on? I think also classical education can be so apart from outside pressure, so like I said, it starts off slow. So um your what's the word? People may be just going very fast, and so but it builds up momentum. So I think it will be easy to get discouraged in the earlier part, but you just have to trust the process. So apart from that, I can't really think of any other con. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Right. So we've heard from Homeschooling from Adeshola. We've heard from the classical from Turkey. Amma, do you want to tell us what approach it is that you have adopted for your homeschooling?
Yes, so we use a combination of both classical and then a traditional approach. And we do that because before we took our kids out of school, we liked the curriculum they were using in school, which is Abeka. Their school was using Abeka. And so we decided we're going to stick to that curriculum and then continue with it. So we did that. But also one of the reasons we decided to stick with that was I was not very confident, honestly. I wasn't very confident that, I had what it took to teach my child and, be sure that they would turn out very well. And so it was a place of comfort for me to use that and ensure that at least they're getting the best and, learning all that they need to learn. But I would say that almost 3 years into using Abeka, I'm at a place where now I feel very confident and more comfortable to take from other places, like maybe try a bit of Charlotte Mason when it comes to literature, and all kinds of other things. So for next year, my oldest is going to be in 5th grade. And for him, next year, I'm thinking of, we probably maintain for language arts and arithmetic, we're going to maintain Abeka. And then for science, we'll probably try Apologia and some other things. But I mean, this has not come easy. The very first year when I started, I couldn't have done that because I wasn't sure I could. But now I feel, I've seen them do it for almost 3 years. I've learned from other moms as well, and I feel more confident now to try other things. So that has been for us, yeah.
Interesting. Thank you. Well, I think on the confidence bit, I feel like you're not alone in starting, because that's one major concern a lot of parents have, is that am I really able, am I capable, do I have what it takes to really teach and nurture my child to be able to not just fit, because we really don't want them to just fit, but to make a difference, to impact their world positively and all that stuff. So I think that's an area I'd like for you to even address even more. How did you then build that confidence? I know you said, okay, with time, you're able to do that, but what did you have to do in addition to just showing up each day and taking each day as it came? Were there other things, were there other steps that you took?
So for Abeka, we decided to do the Abeka Academy. So that comes with the DVDs. And so that meant that for me, I sat through my son's lessons for all of them and watched. So I kept watching and listening to the teacher teaching the concepts. And for every single day I sat and with him, watched, learned myself. There are things I've learned from homeschooling my kid that I didn't even know. Like especially when it comes to phonics, short vowel sounds, long vowel sounds. I don't even remember learning those things from my elementary school. I've relearned a lot of these things through homeschooling my own children now. And so again, back to the question, the confidence has been built up by me participating in the whole program myself. So it's not just pointing to my child and say, hey, do this and do that. But I have put myself in his shoes and try to relearn some of the things that I'm teaching him. And that has helped. And it's taking time. This didn't happen overnight. It's taken us close to 3 years now. So when we started, he was just about entering second grade. Now we're in fourth and getting ready to go into 5. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks so much. Toki, I think for me, my question to you would be, what would you say are like the values guiding your homeschooling direction, and just what are the values that you are, in addition to the approach, engaging or adopting the classical approach, right? What are the values that you are actively looking to nurture or inculcate into your children, and how is this homeschooling helping with that?
Okay. Sorry. Okay.
Yes.
So of course I'm a Christian. So no, of course I'm a Christian. So I'm a Christian. So of course I want my kids to have Christian values, to know that there's a God that created them, to know that there's an order behind the world, to know that the reason why things are the way they are is because there's a God that made them the way they are. So primarily we want our children to see God as the creator and maker of all things. And it's not just in terms of just biblical knowledge, but in terms of the world around them. And so, for example, the reason why we learn math is because math teaches us more about God. The reason why we study science is to find out more about the world God created, and so we can worship him better. So for me, that's primary. But in terms of the actual academic outcomes, I think we want to cultivate curiosity in our children, and it means that we want them to keep asking questions. So we get a list. What is the shape of the list? So you keep asking them questions. You're doing an art study. You want them to be intellectually curious. Yeah. So homeschooling, I don't think it is unique to classical education, but I think homeschooling enables you to engage to model that kind of behavior with your kids. So if they're asking you questions, you may not know the answer, but you can say, let's find out, So and then you check and you find out. So what else? For classical education, I want my children to be culturally literate. I want my children to know stuff. So if you're saying, what do I say? I think so. So we talk about the seasons, for example. I'm using this example. I think we're in Nigeria and we have 2 seasons, but I want them to know why there are 4 seasons.
Right.
So it's not just a temperature thing. So you want to see how I want my children to be very knowledgeable, and there's no way you can be knowledgeable without, the more you learn, the more you know about stuff. So I think classical education, there's that great body of knowledge that they can get into what's called a great conversation, discuss the big ideas. And I think also the people that we admire, I feel like the people that have had some sort of classical education are the kind of people that I want my kids to be like, you know. So if I don't see, so sorry, I think so like literature, for example, the greats that we have, the Shoinkas, the Achedes, they all had some sort of classical education, you know. So it's compared to, I think there are so many of them. There was Olarotimi, so many. I think there was like an explosion of writers who were, I think, were not just Western people. They were, but were actually applying it to their local context that we don't have now, and it's really an education issue. And I think the education they had was totally different from what we have now, and it was largely classical. So I feel like it's something that has really worked, and the traits that those people have came from their education. I really want my kids to have that. So pick kids that are Christian, kids that, to summarize, kids that are Christian, kids that are intellectually curious, and kids that are very knowledgeable. Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm actually glad that you used that example of the seasons, the different seasons. Because one of our speakers who talked about homeschooling effectively, that's Linda, it was also an example that she used that informed the approach that she's using. Because for her, she's like, we're in Nigeria, these are the seasons we have. And she realized that the other approach that she would have used was talking about the seasons in, for example, the USA, where you have all of that. So I think that being able to have a blend, so it's like you're not depriving them of that knowledge. You want them to be aware of it while still also knowing that this is what's prevalent where you are based. So that's very interesting. Thank you for that. Additionally, do you want to respond to this? What are the values that you're looking to, inculcate into your kids, given the unschool approach that you are adopting at the moment?
Sorry, I've just dropped my phone, so the screen is falling apart. Oh dear. So,
do you want us to give you a moment? Do you want us to come back to you?
Yeah. So yes, please. Sorry, just one moment.
Okay. Cool. All right. We'll come back to you on that. So I think I want us to address something that's always a concern for most homeschooling parents, and most times they're not even sure how to navigate it. One of the speakers yesterday tried to address it in terms of budgeting, and even Mr. Lajuomi also tried to address that, how to manage financing and all of that. Additional, are you okay now? I want to know if you can get your perspective on the values before we move on to the next question.
Okay, sorry, what was the question?
Was this about the values? What the values are that you're looking to inculcate in your kids, using the unschooling method, and just pretty much as a homeschooler?
Okay, so the values that kind of base decisions around homeschooling was really around just raising well-rounded human beings. That Toki was talking about educating them on all different parts of the world. So by God's grace, hopefully, my parents live in the UK, my brother's in America. So hopefully we'll be able to travel around the world. They'll be able to see different seasons through an unschooling route, where they'll be able to go and see my mother in the UK at Christmas. They'll see the snow. I'll take them, to see different seasons. So yes, we live in Nigeria, but the flexibility of unschooling allows us to be able to travel to anywhere in the world. They'll be able to meet different people, see different cultures. And that's really what I love about it. So that's the values for us, is really about raising well-rounded humans, well-rounded well-adjusted adults. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you so much, Adeshula. I want us to talk about the money. That's why I said that it's a concern that like the average homeschooler has. How do I manage money? What do we do for money? Who brings in the money? Are you saying, oh, just the husband will bring or just the wife will bring? Am I going to run a business while I'm homeschooling? It's so much, right? And I'm really glad that we also have a homeschooling dad here as well, because I'm curious how that's also working out for your family situation. So let me start with Amma. Amma, first of all, how did you even address the financial conversation? How are you, I don't want to say managing, more like what's the financial reality, or the financial implication for you and your family with choosing to homeschool? Amma, are you still with us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, there are two things. For the first 2 years, when we had to use Abeka, we found out that it was quite expensive. But then the decision to even go ahead with that was also influenced by the school fees we were paying. And we thought, you know what, if it's going to cost us this much,
Hi, Emma. There's a break there.
to buy the curriculum would make much more sense.
Emma, I think we're losing you. It's breaking. I don't know if this is only from my end. Can someone please confirm if it's just my end? Can you
I can't see her either.
breaking?
Go ahead and buy the curriculum.
You can't hear right. Okay, great. Emma, we lost you for a few seconds there. Do you want to take us back to what you were saying, please?
Okay, so you want me?
Yes, please. If you could just start all over when you said you adopted the Abeka. Yes.
Okay. All right. So before making the decision to go for Abeka, we also considered that, it's the same curriculum that the school was using, the school where our kids were. And we're paying maybe three times the same, 3 times the cost of buying the curriculum. That's how much we were paying for the school. And so it made sense to buy the curriculum and then use that for all the kids going forward. But it also it hasn't come easy because I have had to work. I've been working, I worked for about 10, 12 years before finally, leaving that work and then starting to homeschool. So we had a bit of savings from my side, but at least now we're living fully on just my husband's income, and it hasn't been easy. But then we have also learned to live within our means, right? When you homeschool, you you learn to cut out a lot of things, things that are not maybe so necessary. So for example, how much we spend on fuel, all of that, driving, if we're driving the kids to school every day, that because of traffic, fuel costs are also very high. And so all of that has been cut out. Fuel cost is cut out. Even in the schools, how much we're paying for fees didn't even cover things like lunch and snacks and all of those things. Now, all of those are out. And so that means that, we will be able to live off one income. So I don't know if that addresses the question.
Well, to some degree, it does. I think we'll check if we have more questions from our participants. So please, this is an opportunity for you to ask questions. Just leave it in the Q&A box and we'll address it and direct them to the panelists. But thank you, Amma, for taking a shot at the question. Toki, please, we'd like to hear from you. What is the financial reality with homeschooling? Because it's most people, when they hear homeschooling, they actually think it's a lot more expensive than traditional school in terms of getting the resources and all of that stuff, So what's that for you? And in your family, is one person having to be the active income earner, or are you both still doing work and somehow managing homeschooling? If you could just give us as much insight as you can, we would appreciate that.
Okay. So first of all, I don't think I feel like there are a lot of hidden costs in homeschooling because first of all, both of you cannot have demanding jobs. So there's the opportunity cost of the foregone income. So for us, my wife is a Chinese interpreter, but she doesn't work that often because of homeschooling actually. So I've been working from home for the past since March last year. So it has really helped in so I've been homeschooling our oldest while she has been teaching the younger one. But generally speaking, when I was going to work, what used to happen was that she'll teach then we're teaching just one child. If I get back from work and it's not school has not been done, then I'll do it. Otherwise, she'll do it, or we'll get it done, or I'll get it done on the weekends. So generally speaking, for most homeschooling families, so my wife works sometimes, but most of the time, you have to rely on one income. So that's already a cost that's there. Also, the curriculum we use is called Memorial Press. It's a company based in the US, which means that you have to buy the curriculum materials. They can be on the high side, but compared to so not just compared to the average school fees, but compared to schools that maybe could give the quality of education that you're giving to your kids, homeschooling is definitely cheaper, but it's not cheap. Also, you have to. So for us, we have to factor in shipping into consideration. And so what we do is that we buy 2 years at a stretch. We buy books for 2 years at a stretch. So that's a bit of a cost for us. What else? Exchange rates. So you're planning at 400, and when you want to buy, dollar is now 570. So that's also a challenge. So what we've been able to do, okay, I forgot to mention, since your children are at home and you also want them to explore, then it means that you have to be, if you can afford it, you have to be a bit more picky about where you live. And so you're looking for a place that your street has a gate, for example. So I think it factors into your rent and your choice of where you rent, if you rent also. But what we've done, how we've been able to manage this is that first of all, the more kids you have, the more cost goes down because you can reuse material. So you're buying most of the material just once, and so when you average out the cost, it comes out to much less than if it had been if it was just a single use. The other thing is that we buy a lot of used books because, of course, libraries are an issue here. So we buy a lot of used books, as in it can reduce your cost by half at least, And then the last thing is that the more communities are improving, the more homeschooling communities are getting bigger, the more you see people that you can exchange books with, you can buy their used curriculum. And I think generally speaking, the homeschoolers have been very willing to help, So they're either selling it at giveaway prices, or they're even just lending you their book for free. So I think the homeschooling community has been a really big help. But I don't think you should go into homeschooling with the mindset that I'm just going to save money, because eventually maybe you'll save money, but it's not always as straightforward. But you have to make sure you don't have to buy everything. You don't have to use everything. And so if you need to do this craft or that craft, you have to find a way. What are the things I have in my house? I don't have to go to store, and see how you can adapt it to um to what to what you have around you. Yeah, and there's a lot, regardless of where you live, there are a lot of interesting things that you can do with the things you have. Yeah, so pretty much it.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you really kept it very real. One of the things that I really liked that you mentioned was you don't have to buy everything. And I think that that's very key, especially for the culture that we have here, where some of us don't understand or appreciate the gold mine that is pre-used or secondhand. Like, you actually get a lot of amazing stuff when you explore second-handed toys, second-handed books, if you even have to, second-handed clothes. Sometimes you can meet your friends who have older kids. Sometimes they don't give away those clothes. Like, they don't even know what to do with them. So if you let them know, oh, I need toys for my kids that your kids are not using anymore, that's something to explore, even with resource materials. And you're right also in saying that a lot of homeschooling families are happy to give some of the resources that they have for free or no cost, or very little cost, So that's something I think that we should also give room to. To my next question, I would like for Adeshola to respond to this. We find out that we have a lot of the approaches to homeschool that are more Western based or Western inspired with their cultures and all of that stuff. Do you think that there is room or any need to develop a Nigerian approach to homeschooling? And like, do you see that taking root or thriving at all? And also, in answering that, what would you say is your take on the Nigerian educational system?
Okay, so yes, sorry. No, so I definitely think that communities like this, that like all of us homeschoolers need to push that it can be done in Nigeria, in Africa. It starts with us, to be honest. I think my experience when I was looking into homeschooling and where to start, we started off with a very Montessori-led background when my son was from 0 to 2. It was Montessori. And whenever I'd come on Instagram or doing my research on Montessori, it was only European, Western families and that kind of information that I saw online until I found Cuddle and more looking for Black homeschoolers, African homeschoolers, homeschooling here is when I felt like I found my people, let's say. So I think it's just for us to try and push a positive message about homeschooling here, that it can be done here. That of course, yes, there's challenges there's challenges everywhere in the world. Everywhere has challenges. But I think if we can keep pushing a positive message and show that there are ways, for example, I was saying that our weather here is something that a lot of countries would kill for, like the fact that we can get out pretty much any time of the day is a blessing in itself. So yeah, I mean, yeah. I think
Who is or what is taking your attention in that corner? Now, I realized that we didn't give you an opportunity to respond to the question on finances. And I think it's key to hear your perspective because, like I said, your husband, he really gave us a very, very, very interesting perspective to it yesterday when he spoke. And I think it would be nice to hear from you, from your own perspective, how that works, how it's been working, what are the challenges, just share your story with us in terms of the financial impact, complication, or no, not complication, the financial impact of homeschooling for you and your family.
Okay, so for me, I am a very thrifty person. Like you were talking about pre-used items and all these things that are not that in Africa. It seems like, oh, why are you using hand-me-downs? Like, I feel like it's important for us to recycle, for us to use items to the end of their life. So I mean, we are minimalists. So we keep everything to a minimum. Our priority is to use our funds towards making memories with our children. So any small money that I have is mostly going on activities and books, mainly for my children and myself. And how I manage our finances is really, I do a lot of research into places that we can go that are free, that are there's galleries, there's you can go to tours of like churches and other buildings that allow you to come and do free tours. This is in Abuja. That there's an account I follow at See Abuja where she shows you loads of places that are free to the public to go to. Some are still closed because of COVID. Like there's somewhere that I've been looking forward to go to, like the Korean Center, where it's here in Abuja, and you can see all of their culture and costumes. And anyway, there's lots of ways that even though we don't have two incomes, that I feel like we can just enjoy our life and have a great experience whilst keeping within our budget. So yeah.
Thank you. Okay, Amma, I see you have your hands up. I don't know if you wanted to add something.
Yeah, I wanted to say, just in addition to the financial question. So in Accra, we do have a Accra homeschool group, which I belong to. It's based on WhatsApp. But on the side, we also have the same group though. On the side, we do have a homeschool sale platform. So there we sell, all kinds of things. So families who have older kids would come and sell curriculum materials, reading books, and all kinds of things. And that platform has actually been of great help to my family and several other families in our group. Sometimes the things that are sold are, some end up even being like household stuff, and it's been really helpful for us.
Okay, all right, thank you. So let me just take a moment to let us know that you can ask your questions in the Q&A box, so our panelists can address your questions. If you leave them in the open chat, it may be difficult to catch it because you guys are really, really engaging yourselves there. So please leave your question on the Q&A. It's much easier for us to find them. I have a question here. So this is saying, okay, this is actually directed at Toki. Could you please share the materials and books you use with us?
Okay, I'll send we use a box curriculum. So initially I didn't feel confident
Okay, your voice
enough.
is a little low. Do you wanna amplify it.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
It's too cold now. Okay, we use a box curriculum.
Do you say
So
a box?
a box, as in like we buy curriculum, we don't build it ourselves.
Right.
So
okay.
I felt
Box, okay.
initially I felt we didn't have the confidence to just freestyle with your child just like that without any experience, you know.
Right.
So the one we use is called Memorial Press. So we've just stuck with it since then. But there are other classical curriculums we could try. But the one we use is called Memorial Press.
Memoria. Okay.
Yeah.
Memoria Press.
Yeah.
That's it there. Type it out. You can Google it and get more information about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think Amma already told us about Abeka. For those in Ghana, that's like one app which they're using and resource avenue that they're using. So if you're in Ghana, I think you can also explore that. I don't know if Abeka applies to Nigeria. I'm not sure, but yes. Another thing I want us to keep in mind is that our speakers have an active social media, especially on Instagram. So you can always follow them, have an insight into the activities that they get up to and what they do, and maybe even ask them questions there. So my next question for our speakers would be just to know on a personal level, let's move away from too serious question. What's a typical day like for you? You know, when you start your day in the morning till you shut your eyes at nighttime, what's a typical day for you like? Let's see, who do we start with? Let's start with Amma. Amma, give us the Ghanaian perspective of what your day is like.
Yeah, all right. Sorry, I have to turn off video because baby is feeding now. So
that's okay.
So my day usually starts like when my husband sets off for work. Because of traffic, he has to leave usually by a quarter to 6. He's out of the house, and that's when I'm also up usually. I start there by getting laundry done for the baby and some other things, making breakfast ready, and that usually will take me up till about 7 in the morning. So around that time, the kids are waking up, one at a time. Now my two oldest, my first is 8. He's 8 years. The second is 5. Those two they pretty much know the drill. When they wake up, brush your teeth, take a bath. So they do that by themselves, and that gives me time to take care of the girl and the baby. So usually by 8, we're ready to start with everything. And usually thanks to the curriculum, thanks to Abeka, most of the things we do are on DVD. So they will all go get ready, sit by their desk, and have their Bible lessons done for about 30 minutes. After that, we sit around together and then do more subjects that we do together. So something like history, I sit down with them to do together because Abeka mostly uses an American curriculum for the history, and we don't do the history aspect of Abeka. So we use that time to do our local Ghana and West African history. After that, that usually would take us to about 10. By 10, we go into our individual work sessions. My oldest son would start with his arithmetic, language, science, and spelling, and all the other things. And then with my second son, who is 5, I take more time with him, sit with him, doing his cursive writing, and then some numbers, phonics and sounds. And then after that, by 11:30, he's done by 11:30. So between 11:30 and 1, I give him his personal seat work time. So that those things he does by himself. He sits and does by himself. After that, he's done for the day. So by 1 p.m., my 5-year-old is done. However, my fourth grader, he would usually be done with everything by 2. But in the middle, somewhere in the middle, he breaks for lunch and snacks. We usually try to be done with all the paperwork by 1 p.m. We try to be done with all of that stuff. And then from 1 p.m. onwards, it's mostly fun, playing, riding their bikes, piano practice, and some other things that I've arranged for them. Yeah. And then I try to sneak in some time for napping. It's hard to get them to nap. I don't know if it's just because they're boys, they wouldn't sleep. So after playtime, and this is West Africa, after playtime, they're usually very sweaty and it's hot, they're dirty and all of that. So I'll force them to, I'll usually, try to force them to get a quick shower, cool them down, and then, get them to try and relax. And so that's how our afternoons look like. If they don't sleep after the shower, they would either read their books, I would read to them, or they would read to me sometimes. And then by 5 p.m., I am getting dinner ready, starting to get things done for dinner. 7 p.m., my husband comes in, and he pretty much wants to be a part of it, but because of his work schedule, he's not able to. So what he has decided to do now is when he comes back, he takes over the night, the night shift. He, after his dinner, he would sit with them, ask them questions about what you did for the day, how did everything go, and then he would usually ask, apart from the questions, also take them through certain other things like, learning our local languages. So he's trying to teach them some of our local languages. He does that with them when he's back. And then on the weekends, he spends more time with them doing like other field related things. So he loves, he's an engineer, so he does some engineering things with the boys as well on the weekends. So for me, usually by 8 p.m., I'm done with the kids, and I try to get them into bed by 9. After that, I spend some time to go over their work. So they go to bed and I spend some time to go over everything, and then prepare for the next day. And then by 10, if baby is not asleep, I will probably still be up, taking care of baby till whenever he's done, and then we sleep. That's what my day looks like.
Sounds like a full day. Like I'm just like, oh my God, 4 kids. That's you. We salute you. Well done, and thank you so much. So Adeshola, do you want to talk us through what your day is like? I know for you it's a lot of outdoorsy, field day kind of thing, but just talk us through what a typical day is like for you.
Okay. So I am co-sleeping with my 2 children still. So my daughter is pretty much my alarm clock. She wakes up around 6 a.m. And when she wakes up, my son is still sleeping. He will sleep until about 8 a.m. on a normal day, 7:30, 8. So from 6 a.m., me and my daughter, she'll normally go and get her books off her shelf, and we have some quiet time, just me and her. That's our normal routine on a daily basis. So we have an hour of just reading, chilling, catching up. And then from then I will get my husband's lunch ready. If he's going to the office, I get lunch ready, get breakfast sorted, and then around then my son should start waking up. So at this point, they will kind of play with their toys for a bit, and I'll shower, get dressed for the day, then shower the kids, make breakfast. Oh, we make breakfast together, me and the children. So I think, yeah, you were talking about setting up your space, your environment that is allows your child to be as independent as possible. So that's something that I've loved about Montessori. We have lots of stalls all over the house, so the children can get their bowls, plates. My son will make his own toast or cereal. My daughter, she likes to get involved now as well, so she's trying to get her knife and butter her toast. Or so yeah, so everything is definitely a slower pace in the morning. It's like we're doing things together, we're talking, we're chatting, so in the morning it's slower, but yeah, we get there in the end. So by 10 a.m. everyone's ready, and most times the night before I probably have found somewhere for us to go, and I'll either message in my homeschool group or our stay and play group if anybody wants to join us. I think I was going to say that a really beautiful thing that I found with my homeschool co-op is that I've been able to guide the group alongside my children's interests. So it's not that I'm kind of working in a sense. It's like I'm doing what I love, and I'm basically carrying loads of beautiful people along on our journey with us. So like if my son is interested in fire engines, I invited a group to join us on a field trip to the fire station. And yeah, I think it's been really lovely that I've been able to kind of combine both worlds in a sense. So yeah, I get to do both, which I've really been loving. So we'll be out, or they'll do some playing downstairs in the compound, and we will either come back for lunch, make lunch around 12. We always have lunch, and then we'll probably step out again. My daughter sometimes takes a nap, but most of the time she doesn't. So then we have a bit of quiet time around 2 or 3. They do the independent play. We read books, loads of books. They bring me books all day long. And by 4 o'clock, we'll start prepping for dinner. So my son loves cutting. He's been using a knife, like proper knife, since he was like 1. And I just supervise him. And my daughter, she's nearly 2 now, and she's also getting her. She's been doing loads of fine motor skills and grip work, and she's also starting to use a knife now to help cut vegetables or fruits and things like that. And yeah, we start dinner early so that by 5:30 my husband gets home every day. He's very good with time. 5:30 is a must. So he's home, we have dinner together, and then we all just catch up on each other's day. My husband asked the children, how was your day? What did you get up to? And my daughter, and we all just catch up and then wind down. By 7 p.m. I start getting the children ready for bed, and 8 p.m. the kids are asleep, and then I will catch up on my socials and have my quiet time, or have a chat with my husband. On the weekends, me and my husband will watch Netflix and catch up, and yeah, that's our day basically.
Interesting. I'm actually very surprised or pleased about the knife situation. Have you had any incidents with cutting?
No, no, luckily, no. No, my son is very cautious he's a very cautious person anyway. So he's very careful. No. And I mean, it's practice. He's been practicing for a very long time. So initially, of course, I'll be holding his hand, I'll be guiding his hand. Sorry, my screen. I'll be guiding his hand. And then as he gets more confident, I mean, when he was younger also, we did a lot of sensory activities that worked on gross motor and on motor skills. So he's already mastered that thing. So we haven't had any accidents with knives. No.
Right. So before we then take the questions from our participants, Toki, you would like to tell us what a typical day is like from your dad's view, not from mama's view now, but from your view. What's a typical day like for you and your homeschoolers? And I know you said you work from home for now, so I imagine that you also sort of like involved in more stuff. So could you talk us through that? You're muted.
Okay, sorry about that. So we're not early birds at all in my house. So
I need to ask at this point, who is an early bird? Because Toby is not, Linda is not, you are not, Amasa is not. Additionally, are you an early bird? So, okay.
No,
I think that's also another normal that we have. Everybody should know. You don't need to wake up at 5:30 to prove anything to anyone.
So my old just a quick one. My oldest went when at the time when she wanted to start going to away school, that was called regular school, and so once she heard she'll have to wake up early, that was the end of so like nah, I'm not doing it.
Oh my god.
So we typically don't wake up till around okay, so I wake up early, so I get up early so I can get some work done, exercise. So while they're sleeping, my family typically sleeps till around 10, 11. That's when my kids wake up. It used to be much later. So they wake up, have their bath, eat, and then depending on what my wife is doing, if she decides to homeschool our youngest, then the older my elder daughter Nadia likes to join her sister, do her school all over again. So they do that. It takes about 30, 45 minutes, and then we start. I start with my 5-year-old. So we do catechism. We do catechism. We do flashcards. So flashcards are math flashcards, art flashcards, and phonics flashcards. We do that. We do after that we do our math. We start with math. We do a bit of math. Then we do Bible, read a Bible story. We talk about it, ask questions. And after that, we do what else do we do? We do copy work. Okay, depending on the day. So sometimes, so the copy work is mostly Bible verses. So some days we write the Bible verses. That's once a week. Other days we memorize the Bible verse, or we talk about the Bible verse, or we draw a picture of the Bible verse, depending on the day of the week. So, but writing it is just one day of the week. And after that, we read a book. We read a book every week, the same book every week. And then on Thursdays, on Fridays, we read a science-related book on Thursdays, in addition to the read aloud, and then a history or art-related book on Fridays in addition. So after that, we do maths again. We do an actual math lesson. The other one is just drills. We do a math lesson, and then we do phonics, and then that's all for the day. So give or take, it takes about 2 hours, 2 to 2.5 hours to get it done. And then, so we're typically done, depending on when we start. Sometimes we don't start school till at about 2 p.m. So, but at 4, so if we finish early, we let them play. The TV doesn't come on in our house till around 7. So they play. I was just going to add that Play-Doh is very underrated for kids. As in, they do a lot of stuff with Play-Doh. So we just leave them to play. And my wife makes Play-Doh, so it doesn't cost a lot of money. So they play by them together, they play together till about 4 when they go downstairs. Where we live has a playground, so they're on the playground till about 7, and they come back and they watch a bit of TV, we pray, and then more TV or they go to bed, depending. So school itself is about 2.5 hours for the older one, and then 30 to 45 minutes for our 3-year-old. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm guessing the time frame for both of them is based on the attention span.
Yeah, and really what they are doing, because my younger one is not doing, she's just counting colors, reading books to her, singing, activities. So it's a very gentle approach we're using.
Right. Okay. So let's take some questions here. One of the questions I said, how do you handle discipline? Getting them to see through and finish their work, or do you let them freestyle and do their work at any time that they want? So okay, we can start with you.
So, who, me?
Yes, please.
Okay. So okay. So we now we give more breaks now. So stuff like, so after math, for example, we have a break. After before we go into phonics, we have a break. If we finish something I think it's a bit intensive, we have a break, and that has actually helped. But in terms of there are some days that are bad days, really, as in really bad days. But a lot of times it's actually, I think an older homeschooler told me this, and it actually made a lot of sense. We may have unrealistic expectations for your child. So even when you tell someone something the first day, the child doesn't always, you yourself don't always remember it when someone tells you the first day. So expecting a child to remember it is not always realistic. So that was really, I realized that I actually need, as in homeschooling teaches you a lot of patience. So that's that. I think there are some other days that you just, so us, we are not a no spanking family. Yeah, I'll say that. So there have been sometimes that we've had to spank, we've had to threaten to spank, but generally it depends on, there are good days and there are bad days, but lately the good days have been much better than the bad days. So in terms of discipline, we have to insist that they do their work. So a lot of times they want to, can I not do this? Can I not? It's too long. Must I try to read? And like, yes, you actually have to try to read. So it's mostly to be firm, really, or insist they pick up their stuff. Insist that when they start, there's something my wife does. If you start, all your negotiation has to happen before you start the work. Once you start the work, you have to finish it, because you finish what you start. That's how we live in this family. So you may say, oh, can I do half? Can I stop here? All that has to happen before it's time to do that particular activity. But once you start, you have to follow it through. But there have been days that you're angry, she's frustrated, both of you are angry. In fact, you're the person that takes a break and go to, like the day my daughter said she had forgotten how to wear her glasses. I'm like, how do you forget how to wear your glasses? So so I mean, there are days I texted to Bulala them, but I will spank her in. I don't think I've spanked her with a filmic reason.
So
Although some days
there was a
bad.
break there. I'm not sure why. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. I think I think we found a rhythm, although we still have bad days from time to time. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. You're getting a lot of commendation for keeping it so real. Thank you for that. For us, we have. So my husband wanted us to do a no spanking because he wasn't spanked by his dad, but his mom spanked them. So I'm like, I'm going to be a mom. you can be your dad, but I will be the mom. Because my son has a fascination for switches, you know, he just likes taking up the fan off the socket and putting it back, and I'm just like, so I did a lot, just a little spank. And I think when I left him for like a few hours with his dad, and his dad got frustrated from saying, don't touch that, move away from that. Do you want to try something else? He had to do what? Yes, you guessed right. He had to spank. So, so I guess we're also the spanking family as well. And there's nothing, it's okay. Of course, you don't do it out of anger or frustration. It's just for me, it's a discipline measure that we engage in. For now that he's much younger, maybe as he grows older, we might cut down on the spanking and adopt other ways of disciplining. But I'd love to hear from Amma. Amma, you have older kids. You know, you said the older one is 8. Or your oldest is 8. It'd be nice to hear, how do you discipline? You know, how do you get them to finish what they're starting? Do you let them freestyle with the unschooling approach and all of that? Or do you have a system put in place? Please share that with us as briefly as you can so we can hear from Auntie Shola, and then we would try to wrap up the session.
So, I mean, Abeka, the curriculum we use is, I would say it's pretty, I mean, heavy and intense and every other thing you can think of. But we've tried, over the years, I have tried to, you know, let it, you know, fit our style and my kids' learning style. The good thing is that, I mean, we have lessons, there are lessons that are allotted per day. There are certain days where my son is unable to finish like every other thing that he's supposed to. For example, arithmetic, when it comes to arithmetic, like in Abeka, for example, there are daily, you know, work problems that he has to solve. There are about 30 of them, 30 problems a day that he has to, you know, work on his own. There are some days where he's able to do just 20. There are some days when he's able to do just 25, or there are some days when he's able to do just about half of that. And so I try to, I think during the first year, I used to beat myself to, you know, get him to finish everything. I was just there checking boxes and making sure that he's doing everything. But now I've learned not to do that. And so now I've slowed down a bit and I try to listen to him. If he's tired, he will tell me that, you know, Mommy, can I take a break? Can I do this tomorrow? Or can I do this with Daddy when Daddy comes back from work? And then I would say, okay. But in the first year when we were doing that, I mean, I was not having any of that. I was just yelling and, you know, questioning myself and asking, am I doing the right thing? Why is he not able to sit still? But then the good thing about having a community, like with our homeschool group, is that, you know, once we meet, when we meet as parents, we talk about a lot of these things. And I remember during the first year, I would go and I would ask the parents, you know, is your child doing this? Is your child doing that? My son is doing X, Y, and Z. And then I would learn from all of them. And it turned out my son was actually not the only one. Everybody's son was doing something else. And so I stopped stressing myself so much. So yeah, there are some days when we're able to finish it all. There are some days we are not able to, and I don't beat myself. The curriculum requests that for the whole year schoolwork, we finish everything within 6 months or 9 months. But last year, for example, we used 12 months to finish it. And that's fine. I'm not killing myself over it. So that has been part of our experience. And I would like to also add that somebody was asking about extracurricular activities. So with our homeschool group here in Accra, we do, before COVID, we were meeting like once a week with all the kids, you know, to play and everything else. And then, but now that there is COVID, we've narrowed down a bit. We do just once a month meetings. And we do field trips as well. We've been to really nice places. The very first events, I think we went to the Supreme Court. We went, the kids had chats with the judges. One of the kids, I remember, was asking the judge, why do you have that white wig on? It was such a hilarious moment that it was just fun. So we do that as well. We don't sit at home and read books all day. We have them go outside as well and play with other kids. And then we let them do piano, so they practice piano. And this year we're adding French. We're learning French, and then my oldest is starting to do typing as well for fourth grade. Maybe fifth grade there'll be something else, but for now that's what we're doing.
All right, thank you so much. Adeshola, let's just hear from you quickly about your discipline style, and do you give them tasks to do? Do you watch till they finish, or do they stop halfway? What's the experience for you?
Okay, so I think one reason why homeschoolers are very get themselves stressed is a lot of these task activities that they're putting too much pressure on themselves. I think if you're an unschooler like myself, if you are truly following your child, if you're truly respecting your child, if they say they're tired and they don't want to do, they're tired of writing or they're tired of painting at that time, I think you should respect their decision. I think you should respect the child that says, I'm done with this task for today. I'll come back to it later. I think that it's tricky. It's tricky because I think that I've been hearing from a lot of parents that they're stressed that their child is not reading these flashcards, or they're not completing tasks. And really, you're putting too much pressure on yourself. My son loves digging. Like, he can be in a sandpit for like an hour by himself undisturbed. That for him is how he is learning and building his skills in his own mind. And I'm not telling him that, oh, you need to dig for an hour or two. No, it's like when he says he's done with digging, then we can move on to another.
When he's found the treasure,
exactly, yeah, exactly. So for me, unschooling is really about fully observing your child a lot of the time. Like, even sometimes just being quiet and observing them in the moment, because if you really want to get the best out of them, then I think you need to just fully see what do they love. Do they love writing at the moment? Do they love reading at the moment? Do they love art or music at the moment? And if they do, then you won't have this power struggle of trying to get them to do numbers. You won't have that power struggle. You and your children will be a lot happier if you just follow the child. You know what I mean? And I love the quote. It's from Maria Montessori, and I just, it's my mantra of life that if you are going to do this homeschooling thing, then you really do need to follow your child. Otherwise, yeah, it's not. Okay. You're both going to be find it really hard. So yeah, that's nice.
Okay. Thank you so much, Adeshola. Thank you, Toki and Amma. My last question would be how you deal with negative comments from family, friends, strangers, even teachers or educators who maybe don't understand why you're doing what you're doing. So have you had experiences where you've had to deal with negative comments? If you had, how have you handled it? And how would you recommend that our parents who are here also go ahead to handle that? Let me see. Let's take from that. Let's hear from you how you manage negative comments from externals.
Okay, so I think by we I mean me and my wife, we've kind of evolved as time has gone on. At the initial time, we had a lot of negative comments. And I think the worst was someone told my wife that you're going to turn your children into imbeciles. You know, so um, well, and so you feel like you have to justify, you have to explain to people, so you're having random conversations about homeschooling because people, of course, are asking you questions. So, but I think in terms of negative comments, I think the pandemic did, yes, in the time, yeah, the pandemic did a lot to really bring homeschooling mainstream in Nigeria because everybody homeschooled
Right.
for a while. So everybody sees that it's not as bad, it could make a lot of sense. It could, it's not as crazy as we thought it was. So I think on the one side, the pandemic did a lot to actually reduce the what they call it now, the negative perception of homeschooling. But also, I think the more you get more confidence in what you're doing, the more you see fruit in your children's life, the less you bother about negative comments. And so often now, unlike before when I'll have an extended conversation, I just tell people now that that's what is best for our family. Because a lot of times people see your decision to homeschool as a judgment on them, as if you're saying that they don't love their children, that's why they're not homeschooling their children. So I I think people are fine with that's what we think is best for our family at this point in time. And so they're happy, you're happy. You don't have to, but if you continue, that's how you find yourself arguing with a random person online by 11 p.m. So I think it's
Right.
mostly it's mostly at the end of the day, it's really your own, your family's decision. It's not your parents' decision. I mean, so from time to time, I also send videos to my mom, my wife's mom. Um, so they see that this thing is actually this child is learning how to read. It's not as bad as it thought it would be. But my mom will also say, "Well done, but remember
We didn't get
okay,
that. Your mom will say
sorry
what?
about." She'll say, "Well done, but remember that eventually you have to still send them to school."
Right.
So I just reply with a smiley. There's no, you don't really need to. So I think with time, you get a bit of a thick skin, and so you are seeing the benefits that are coming to your family. At the end of the day, they are your children, and so as long as you and your spouse are in agreement, you really just ignore it. There is no point, having those arguments really. If someone wants to have a discussion about it, sure, by all means, but you don't have to justify your choices to anybody. And I think it comes with time as time goes on.
Okay, Amma,
Yeah.
thank you so much, Toki. Amma, can we hear from you how you manage negative comments if you do have any from externals?
Yeah. So, I mean, if there's anyone
So, Amma, we're having issues hearing you. Your line is breaking.
of our participants who is dealing with this kind of thing. Is it better?
Not quite. It's breaking.
Can you hear me?
Yes, fantastic. It's better now.
Okay, all right. I was saying that if there's anyone of our participants who is dealing with this right now, I would say, give yourself the time, the grace and the time that some of these people will back off naturally. I remember there was one time a friend of mine, we were just chatting about schools and the kids, and she was bitterly complaining about her kids and talking about how her 5-year-old is not able to even write her name. She's not able to read, and she was just going on and on and on and on. But here I was trying to talk to her about, I was even trying to point her to resources she could use to help her child. Because at the time, my son, who is now, my second son, who is now 5, at that time was 4. And he had actually started reading. He was able to read literally anything at that age. And then this friend of mine she started questioning me. Are you sure this thing is working? This homeschooling thing, is it working? Are you sure? How do you know the right thing to teach? I mean, you have evidence right in front of you. Your child is 5. She's not able to write her name. She can't identify letters. And here with my 4-year-old who is able to read, write, and do all kinds of things, and you're still questioning whether I have what it takes to teach my child. I mean, like any other thing, like how we deal with all other negative things, I just, learned to move away quietly. If something does not work, doesn't serve my purpose, I've learned not to just waste my time. And then with family, in terms of family members, now when the kids visit my mother, for example, they see the interaction. It's not as if the kids have become some weirdos who can't talk, who can't do anything. They see the interactions when we go for family weddings and things. My kids are all over the place asking everybody, how are you doing? What's your name? What did you study in school? I'm studying this. And they're wondering, and so now they see the evidence and nobody's asking me anything. Nobody's questioning anything anymore. But even that, still, I've still learned to just keep my peace and not try to over-explain myself to anybody, because we're all different. We're all on a different path. We have different destinies. We're not competing with anything for whatever reason. So I've learned to just not stress it. It's not worth it.
Right. Okay. I see Olufumike's response here. She's also saying my older child is 10, so people have given up asking. Yeah, 10 years is enough to prove that you know what you're doing and you're the right path for your kid. So additionally, I'm actually curious about this for you, because I imagine that seeing as you do a lot of outdoor activities with your kids, people probably be wondering, when do you plan to put the children in school? Like, why are they not in school? Why are they jumping all over the place at the parks? Especially they're probably the only few kids at the parks in the morning. How do you handle that? I mean, in Nigeria, people don't mind their business, especially.
No.
So I'm sure you've had random strangers come up to you and say, "Madam, when do you plan to put children in school? Should I give you school fees money?" Do you understand? So,
yeah.
How do you manage
For me, I just have a serious positive tunnel vision. It's like I don't hear anything else anymore. I'm super stubborn. Like, I'm still breastfeeding my nearly 2-year-old, which is another, something in itself.
Together, okay.
Yeah.
So thank you for saying that. I feel normal.
Yeah, she's not even 2 yet. And for me, as long as my husband's on board, and that's pretty much it. I must have tried to, let's say, defend myself to someone on my Instagram that came at me once, and that was the first and last time that I've ever responded to someone on Instagram. Because we have two different mindsets, and you're not going to change anyone's mind on something like this. So it's just best for you to do what's best for your family, for your children, and leave the rest to God, really. It's like, yeah, I'm happy, we're happy, and that's it, really. So
awesome. Okay. Yeah. Thank you all so much to Toki, to Amma, to Adeshola, and of course to our very lively and very active community of participants. You all have been really, really amazing. Someone wants to say hello? Hi. So we completed it. Everybody has featured their kids so far. Thank you so much. To everyone whose question we haven't attended to, like someone who asked about how to join a community, it will be best for you to state where you're located in the chat, because I'm seeing a lot of very interesting resources that are being shared already. So it'll be best for you to share where you're located. The mom who has 3-year-old twin girls, let us know where you're located. We can then connect you with, or people who are living in the same area with you can connect with you, and you can build a homeschooling community there with yourselves. Excuse me, please. Amma, someone was asking if you can give the link to the Ghana homeschooling community. I don't know if you want to type that for us, please, in the chat so the person can see that question. Someone was asking about your best homeschooling books. They didn't really specify who they wanted to respond to that. So I don't know if you guys, maybe Adeshola or Toki or Amma, do you have any homeschooling books that you have that you could refer or share with us here, please? Just real quick, so the person can get that. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
Okay,
Toki, since you're on, you can go
No,
ahead.
go ahead. Go ahead. It's fine.
Okay, thank you then. Adeshola, please go on. Do you have homeschooling books that
just
you
quickly, if you're interested in unschooling, I would say to check out John Holt. He's the, let's say, godfather of unschooling. So he has some amazing books, how children fail, how children learn.
So is that Holt, like
Maria Montessori? There's some great books. HOLT, yes, John Holt.
Okay. Awesome.
Yes.
Okay, yes. Okay.
Holt.
So,
thank you.
All right, thank you for unschooling. All right. Toki, please, you can go on, please.
Okay, so a number of books. There's, of course, The Well-Trained Mind by Susan Weiss-Bauer, if that's an introductory level book. There's also Simply Classical by a lady called Cheryl Swope. So it's about how she homeschooled her special needs kids, and it's really inspiring. There's also
Toki, I have to interrupt there. If you don't mind, could you please type this out, especially the one for the special needs kids, because we had a question from a parent who was asking if homeschooling is actually designed for special needs kids. So I think this would be very relevant for her. So if you could please just type that out for us, addressing it to everyone, that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've done that. So should I type all the books or just that?
All the books, please. Thank you for asking. All the books, please, as many as you can. I'm sure that they will really appreciate all of that. Yeah. Please let it be to everyone so everyone can see. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
So Amma will be waiting for you to. Toki, do you want to do us to Amma whilst you type?
Yeah, sure, that's fine.
Okay, great. So Amma, please, can you proceed?
So I mean, these days because of the kids, I don't get time to read, and so I found interest in podcasts. I do a lot of listening on podcasts. One of my favorites is The Simple Homeschool by Jamie C. Martin. She's this really lovely introverted lady, because I'm also introverted, so listening to her gives me a lot of comfort. She's been homeschooling for decades. Yeah, her website is simple. She has a lovely blog as well, simplehomeschool.net. Yeah.
All right, school.net. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Do you have final words to give us? Final words, and then we can take a bow and close the presents. Final words. Let's start with Toki. Any final words for us before you sign up?
Yes, I would like to say that you can, in case there's somebody wanting, you actually can homeschool your children. It's doable, and you have the internet, you can find the resources. But it's an indictment on the regular system if someone that went through the system cannot teach a 3, 4, 5 year old, how to read and stuff. Yeah, so you have what it takes to actually homeschool your children. And also, comparison is a thief of joy. And so just stay in your lane. Stop thinking, oh, this person's child is reading, or this person's child knows this thing, and so on and so forth. A lot of times when we compare, it breeds envy, and makes us less satisfied with where we are. So forget about, comparing in that sense. It's good to benchmark, but there's a way we can compare that makes us take out our frustrations on our children. And then I'll say always be willing to learn more. Always be willing to learn more about homeschooling, whatever method you use. Don't be too tired. I know things are hard, but if a curriculum is not working for you, then you can start thinking about changing it. Then apart from that, it's mostly pray for your children and trust that God will see you through this process that you're going through. Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Amma, do you have the final words for us, please?
Yes, I would say that, ditto to everything that our panelist has said. But I would also add that, trust your guts, trust your instincts. You know your child best. You know them better than anyone else. And pray for strength and courage. You will be fine. I mean, I didn't expect to come this far, but I mean, if I'm able to do it, I think that you can as well. There's one other podcast I wanted to recommend. It's actually by a friend of mine. Her name is Jifa. She lives in Abuja, actually. She has a podcast called Homeschool Conversations Africa. You can check that out as well. Really good conversations on there as well. And all the best. You will be fine.
Right. Thank you so much again. We appreciate your time. Really thank you. Thank you very much, Toki. Thank you, Amma. And thank you, Adeshola. And of course, by extension to your family for giving this time out for you to really focus and give us all of the time. Thank you for being generous with your resources, your knowledge, your experience. We don't take it for granted at all. We, like I said to our participants, this replay will be available for you. So in case someone had to go grab water or had to go check on the kids and you missed a bit of the conversation, rest assured you can always catch up when we share the replay with you. But on that note, we really thank you and hope you have a wonderful day ahead of you. Please don't log up yet. We still have one more session rather, educating beyond the early years. And we also have one final word from our sponsors at Twinkle. Then, of course, we'll then give the giveaways. Yes. So please, thank you again, Toki. You can all three sign up now whilst we will take a word from one of our sponsors, Twinkle. Here. So the Twinkle representative, just checking if you are here. If you're here, please let us know that you're here so we can plug you in. Twinkle, twinkle, twinkle here. So while we're waiting for that, again, we can't say thank you enough to all of our sponsors who have supported this year's edition. Okay, great. Of the Homeschooling Conversation. Banker from Twinkle is here. Okay, so Banker, let me find you so I can give you the platform as a panelist. 1 second, please. Oh, you're here already, great. So please kindly unmute and just, take the floor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
Can you see me? Hello, can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes,
okay,
we can hear you.
Brilliant.
We can see you
I'd
as
like
well.
to say a big thank you to everyone. I'd like to say a big thank you to the organizers of this beautiful conversation. Thank you. It's been an amazing one. Tommy, thank you for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you to all our speakers. I've learned quite a few things. I've taken notes of certain things as well, and I'm sure that we have some solutions for you. That's the good news at Twinkle. We have some solutions for you. I don't know if you have our videos on queue. Do you have our videos on queue, Shama?
1 second, please. Let me confirm with Tommy that we do.
I'll play it. I'll play it.
Fantastic. Okay, yes, we do. So Tommy.
Okay, so the one on Twinkle, the 1 minute one, that I'd like you to please play that. So basically, the video will give you an intro of what Twinkle is all about. I don't think we have audio on this. Can you share with audio, please?
Sorry about that.
No worries. Okay, I'm still not hearing anything.
Tommy,
Still no
there
audio.
isn't an audio.
Okay, still no audio.
You said there's no audio.
No, we can't hear. We can't hear.
No audio.
Well,
Can't hear anything.
I just played it and I'm here. I can hear it here.
Amazing.
Hear the sound. Okay, I think I can see what. Now.
Choose from, all you have to do
Better.
is search
We can hear
and
now.
download.
Start all over again.
Hi, we're Twinkle, a global educational publisher creating engaging and inspiring teaching materials covering and keeping up with the school curriculum. But we don't just make activity sheets and display materials. We make planning and assessment materials, storybooks, augmented reality, digital games, and so much more, with new content added daily. With a huge collection of resources to choose from, all you have to do is search and download. All of our resources are created by experienced teachers for teachers to give you a little extra time outside the classroom. With 24-hour support, we are here to help those who teach. Hi, we're...
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Go on, Branke.
Thank you. So basically that video was a short intro of what Twinkle is all about. My name is Banke. I'm the country manager for Twinkle Nigeria, and I'm so proud to be one of the people on the panelists for these wonderful homeschooling conversations. And I've taken note of certain things that I'm sure will prefer solutions to. I remember, I'd like to say an awesome well done to Toki the dad. You know, we don't get too many dads involved in schooling matters, but we're very glad to have Toki there. And then Toki said something about curriculum. You know, he did say, you know, there are so many curriculums to choose from, and that you just pick one or you buy one, you purchase one, and then you start working with that curriculum. I'd like to let you know that Twinkle has lots of curriculum options that you can work with. In Nigeria, the popular ones are maybe the British curriculum, the Nigerian curriculum, the STEM options, the IPC, and a whole lot more. So what I need you to do is look out for whichever curriculum you decide to do, to choose for your homeschooling, and Twinkle will be there to give you the necessary support that you need. Then Amma said something about the support groups. Oh my word, that is so important. One thing I needed to know as a teacher or as a facilitator of learning is that teachers help teachers. So note that you're not alone and that there's always somebody that's willing to bend over backwards to support you. Twinkle helps those who teach, and we're there for you. I'm here for you. I'm an educator, and I've been in the education sector for over 18 years. So trust me, I do have a wide experience with regard to what you might need, and we're here to support you. And of course, Twinkle offers you support, and you can get this support by following any of our social media platforms. And if you follow these platforms, you'll find that we're there to attend to you one-on-one. You can make requests for resources if you can't find any particular resource. And in this case, if it has not been created, who knows? We might get chatting and then we'll create some resources as well. And I know that Adeshola mentioned something about learning being everywhere, and I couldn't agree more. Learning is everywhere, and that's another thing that Twinkle offers. I remember she said something in particular about seasons. Twinkle has resources on seasons in Nigeria, and then it also has resources on Twinkle on seasons everywhere else. So you can actually learn about seasons in Nigeria and seasons all around the world using our Twinkle resources. And I'd like you to note that Twinkle, once you sign up for Twinkle, you find that you have access to over 670,000 teacher-made resources. Did you get that? 670,000 teacher-made resources. And it covers everything you could possibly think of. We have the maths, we have the English, we have the science, we have the languages, we have the activities, physical education, things like that you find on Twinkle. And Twinkle is there to support you. And not only do we have over 670,000 already made resources on Twinkle right now, more and more are being added daily. So it's something that you want to just keep checking, because we're updating with the times. So we're very much in tune with what's going on. Twinkle offers you professional, trusted support for your teaching the various curriculums that you might opt to choose, and we're there to help you. So how do you sign up for this wonderful opportunity? How do you sign up to Twinkle? You know what? Just go to the website, www.twinkle.com.ng, and just click on sign up. It's absolutely free. You only get to pay a subscription when you want to do more, and there are loads of resources available for you for free. And then the wonderful thing as well, the exciting thing as well, is that for some select lucky winners in this homeschooling conversation, for selected registered participants of Homeschooling Conversations, Twinkle has a free 30-day ultimate subscription for you, so you can explore and see all that we have to offer. Thank you so much for this time, and I'm glad for this opportunity. If you have any questions, if you have anything to ask me, I'm sure that I'll give you the necessary answers. Thank you so much. And could you just play the last video where you showcase the use of Twinkle for EYFS, as in basic stuff that you can use Twinkle resources on. And with that, I will sign out. So can you just play that video, and that's it. Thank you so much.
Okay, 1 second while Tommy cues that in. Tommy, are you good to go?
1 second.
Twinkle also has lots of books that you could use for reading to help your child with reading. Well, that's fine. You can go ahead. I was just talking to fill in the time.
Did you hear it?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm saying the video. Can you hear the video?
Yes, we can.
Yes. And that's it from us at Twinkle. We help those who teach. So if you're a parent, a teacher, a homeschooler, or somebody that just has an interest in ensuring that learning takes place in your environment, Twinkle is for you. And we're there to support you. So we're part of that support that you need. Thank you so much.
Yay! Thank you, Twinkle. Thank you so much, Banke. Very, very informative and looks really, really like a very, very brilliant resource material to have. And I think something that our participants would want to know is that Twinkle has so generously given 5 or made available 5 30-day free subscription to our lucky participants here. So if you're one of those who will get to be a part of that giveaway, then you stand a chance to win one of those subscriptions and have access to loads and loads and loads of educative resources that she just mentioned. So thank you, Banke, for your time, and thank you, Twinkle, for the generous gift that you give to us. If you have any questions, they've given their details of how they can be reached. Please check them out on twinkle.com.ng. They're also on social media, Instagram at Twinkle Nigeria. So you can, ask any of the questions that you have there. All right, so one more session before we then wrap with our giveaways, and it will be a close for today's edition or this year's edition of the Homeschooling Conversation 2021. Just to also be sure that our next speaker, Esosa Daniel Oniko, is here. Please, ma'am, if you could confirm that you're here so we can proceed. She will be taking us on the home educating beyond the early years. So we already have some of our participants here who have kids that are 10 years, some 8, some just starting out at 1 year. I'm sure you're wondering, how do I go on beyond nursery school, beyond kindergarten, So this is what this next session is going to be taking care of, how to go on beyond the early years. If you have kids you're preparing for WAEC or even for university, just put your questions together for our next speakers. Let's check that she's here and then we can connect her in. Oh yes, we have her here already. Awesome. Welcome, Esosa. Thank you for being a part of this. We appreciate your time. So if you could please just start by doing a brief introduction of yourself, and then we'll just get right into the conversation. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Esosa, as she mentioned, and I'm here to talk to you about homeschooling beyond the early years. I know that there are lots of questions, so I'm not going to talk for too long. I'm just going to talk about how it started and how it's been since then, and a few things here and there. So I'll start with the decision to homeschool. My husband and I decided to homeschool before we were ever married. So it was one of the first conversations that we had. We met, I will tell you quickly that we didn't meet on a boy meets girl basis. We literally were friends and just friends for the longest time. And so it was a conversation we had in our friendship. And over time, when it did develop into a relationship, it was something we reinforced. We didn't know exactly how we were going to do it or any of the modalities. We just knew we wanted to do it. I can't remember now how the conversation came up, but we both separately had thought about this. And so it's something we knew we were doing. Then we got married, and then the wait for the children came. So we waited a few years, 4 years before the children came. And in that time, we now had the time to do more research, find out about homeschooling in Nigeria, learn some things, start to fend off, people, because we had kind of put it out there to like family that we were planning to homeschool. So we got the pressure early on, and it still went on and it still goes on, but we had a 4-year buffer to build. And then we started having children. We had our daughter, and we were more sure than ever that we wanted to homeschool. So we let it go for a while. I was reading, I was studying, and then I decided, because we were already getting so much pressure, I decided that I was going to get proper certification, just so that I could shut people up, really. And so I went and got 2 diplomas in early childhood education, one in Montessori method from 0 to 3 and 3 to 6. Just so that I could answer questions when people came for me. And that's how we started. We didn't do anything formal till she was about 2. And then we started with, if you're familiar with the Montessori method, with doing things like pouring, transferring things from one container to the other, finger painting, coloring, just things that were mostly child-led and interesting and that we could do at home with what we had at home. And that went on for a while. It was fantastic. I had fun. My daughter had fun. I will say that my husband is not primarily involved in the homeschooling. He is the provider for the family, and he buys the resources, he pays for the things we use, and there are lots of things that we used. And so we kind of were divided, we divided the labor and the effort. So that's what he does. This is what I do. So in the beginning, I homeschooled primarily. And then along the way, I had my amazing sister join me. And so yes, that's how it started. We went on from the age of 18 months to about 3.5 when the pressure really started to build. And everybody came. I'm married into a family where all the children in the family go to the same school. So at 3, I was presented with the forms to the school or for the school. And even though I had said we're homeschooling, so my husband and I quickly learned to develop very thick skins. And it could be very stressful, at least for me, because he was blessed in that he would be away at work. But everywhere I went during the day with my almost 3-year-old, people were like, why isn't she in school? In fact, before that time, I wasn't aware that people used to send 1-year-olds to school or 2-year-olds to school, because in my family, there was never any school till you were 3. And so I was like, this is strange. When she was 18 months old, people were asking when she went to school. I'm like, to do what exactly? And so it started to build and it started to build. And around 3, it peaked. And everyone was like, someone said to me, this is child abuse. Literally, she said, you're abusing your child and she's not going to be normal. And I said, we'll see. Now I'll tell you, I was listening to the previous speakers and all of them were like, oh, you tell them, this is my decision and all that. And yes, that is honestly the best response. My decision, my life, my way, do what you want to do. But over time, like the lady who's using Rebecca, I think her name is Amma, said, the proof is in the pudding. Your children will be your proof. They will answer for themselves. Their lives will answer for themselves. And after a while, people, at least the people that know you, will back off. You will still get it once in a while from people who don't know you. And sometimes there'll be honest questions. There'll be things they just want to know, but you will still get it. Even when they're older, it's not like it's all going to disappear. Every time you meet someone new, or you're out in the daytime and you have your children with you, or during term time and you're out, somebody's going to approach you and ask you that question. Like I said, I started with the Montessori method and I found that fantastic. I started with that because I had just received training in that. But I will say, especially for the early years, it's great. It's fun for them, it's fun for you. It's not too expensive because you can adapt things that you have in your house. You can, like I said in the comments earlier, you can use your rice, your beans, just water. You can use pots, cups, different things. So that worked for us for a while. Along the way, I decided that I wanted to try a more structured method. And so we started school at home, essentially. I had a full timetable like they do in school with time from 8 to 2 o'clock, and we did that. Now, what happened with that was that I tended to overteach. because I had forgotten that school times, the hours they spend in school, are maybe necessary. I mean, it's up for debate, but are necessary because they have maybe 20, 25 children in the classroom. So no single child being schooled at home needs to be sitting down from, I mean, especially at the age of 3, from 8 to 2:30 p.m., literally doing work the whole time. So over time, we adapted that. So right now, I mean, over time, we've done, I would say, a school at home method with some eclectic homeschooling thrown in here and there. And we do what works at whatever time. So if we have a busy time in our lives, lots of activities, lots of events or family, events or gatherings, whatever it is, if we have a busy time in our lives, we take breaks, we adapt things to that time. And then we've gone for literally weeks at a time without doing school. I remember when my mother was ill, we had 6 weeks where we just literally couldn't do school. So like I said, it can be eclectic, but we still kind of work with the school at home method. Over time, I gave into pressure. My mom had homeschooled my brother for a season, just to give some background. He had been working with or struggling with dyslexia. And I remember the very no-frills school we were going to at the time had called him practically unteachable. And so my mother was like, her son is not unteachable. And she brought him home and taught him to read herself and taught him tricks and ways in which to overcome what he was dealing with. That's when she found out he had dyslexia. She took him around, for assessments and everything. And so homeschooling wasn't new to me and it wasn't strange to me. But other than my mother, before I started, I didn't know any other family or any other person who was doing it. It's just something that I felt very strongly led to do. So around 4 years old, we gave into the pressure. I gave in really. My husband has always been very fixed. He's always known that homeschooling is what he wants to do. So I gave into the pressure really and said, okay, let her go to school. And we did that, because everybody, even my mother who at homeschool was like, people are going to think you're weird. People are going to think she's weird. They're going to judge her and all that and all that. And I decided, okay, I'll listen. I'll send her to school. And we did that for a few years. Now, I'll be honest, there was nothing wrong with the school. There was nothing, in fact, she had a fantastic time there. She made lots of friends. She did really well, everything was great, but essentially it didn't suit our vision. It just didn't work. We were leaving home really early. I was driving for 2 hours to get to school sometimes. My sister and I would be in the traffic. I remember one day it rained and my car just stopped in the middle of nowhere. All the windows came down, everything just went off, and I was like, what in the world is this? And who sent me? I don't even want to do school. Why am I here? And that was one of the very first turning points. And I was like, this doesn't work for me. She would go to school, we'd leave as early as 5:30, 5:45, and she was still late. And then she'd get home. If she does clubs, she wouldn't leave school till sometimes 4 p.m. We'll get home. She has to rush to do homework, rush to eat, it was just always a rush and rotation. It was every day, in and out, the same things. And I was just like, no, it was making her touchy. It was making me touchy. It was making everybody, literally the whole household was serving school. So, you have to rush to get food ready. Make sure everything is ready. Make sure this is ironed, her clothes are ironed. It was just too much. It was just too much. And like I said, it wasn't our vision. So my sister and my husband have been telling me, you're wasting your time. Especially my sister, she's like, you're just wasting time. You're going to go back to homeschooling. Why are you wasting time? So one day we drove her to school and we got there and I tried and tried. We tried to wake her up. She'd wake up and fall back asleep. She'd wake up and fall back asleep. And then we just went home. And after that day, everything we did, if it rained, we didn't go to school. If she was tired, we didn't go to school. If I was tired, we didn't go to school. If I didn't like what the sky looked like, we didn't go to school. If whatever it was, we didn't go to school. So we would spend, on average, every term, a maximum of maybe 5 weeks in school. In fact, the term we decided is over was the very last term was a 16-week term. We only went to school for 3 weeks out of the 16. And I remember the principal of the school saying to me, can I talk to you? I mean, they had written me letters, they had complained, they had done everything, but they were their hands were sort of tied because she was still doing so well. So that particular term, she had received the prize for highest achieving students in her class. And the principal came to me and said, whatever she's getting, it's obvious she's not getting it from here. And I thought, and I said, yeah, she was like, I don't know, I can't believe I'm not saying this, but maybe you should go back to homeschooling because you're paying for nothing. She doesn't come, and she's fine. So I thought about it and I was like, okay, they've been saying this, my husband has been saying this, my sister has been saying this. So that time we were like, okay, we're done, we're not doing anymore. And we left, thankfully, praise God, on a high note. I went back to homeschooling. That was year 4. And since then, we've been back to that. My son, my younger child, is 10. He's never stepped into school in his life. He's never been to school. So, and he told us, it was funny, when he was 2, he said to us that I'm never going to school because, and he started going to school at night, because he would see her leaving when it was still dark. And I'm not going to school. I don't want to go to school at night. And so he just has never been. So we brought her back home and started homeschooling again. I would say, because people ask me, okay, was it difficult when you went back to it? Yes and no, knowing that we had by this time started homeschooling my son. My sister was essentially the one instructing him at the time, because when I would take my daughter to school, sometimes I was so exhausted that I'd stay there and wait till I don't have to come back and then, come back home. Other times, my sister will start the work, I'll come and teach, she'll teach, so we're combining it. By this time, I think we taught him, he was reading, we taught him to read, he was 4, yes, he was literally 4. And so we had been homeschooling, I had still been homeschooling. So it wasn't an adjustment per se in that I never stopped homeschooling. I've been homeschooling pretty much the last 14 years. So, 12 years since I didn't start as soon as she was born. So so there wasn't any real adjustment as per homeschooling. The adjustment was that she had been taught differently in school. So when she came back, the first 3 weeks was spent telling me, that's not how my teacher does it. That's not how it's done there. This is not the method they taught us. And so we had that period of adjustment, but it only lasted about, like I said, about 3 weeks. Yes, about 3 weeks. And then we were back in the saddle and everything was fine. Now, I would love to say I had less pressure because I've been doing this for years by this time. Everybody thought I was fully mad now. Your child was in school and then you brought her out. Like, who does that? And so I was always spending questions. People were telling me, this is, it's near an exam year. How can you do that? How's she going to transition to secondary school? And all those questions. And it wasn't too hard for me because I live let me just be honest, I can be quite stubborn. So if everybody's going left, I'm most likely the person you're going to find on the right by nature. That's me, I would do weird things. I've always been into research. So for example, I would tell people I started homeschooling at 2, but in reality, I was reading to my belly from the day I found out I was pregnant. So, I was reading, talking, teaching my belly from the day, literally, I found out I was pregnant. So yeah, I'm a bit of a weirdo. So I really don't mind when people tell me, oh, you're this and you're that. And I'm like, whatever. Over time, it became easier and harder in that, yes, homeschooling an older child, because by this time, when she came back home, she was 8. It's a lot more in terms of structured work, they still had their free play, they still had all those things that applied with the early years, but now I had to get down to business because you really don't want your child to be left behind or to lack anything academically, especially as now they are even more cognizant of who they are. So they have friends and they're talking. So you don't want a case where your child's friend is coming over and you're telling them, oh, we learned this and we learned that, and your child has literally no clue what they're talking about. So it became more intense in many ways. Now, I'm that homeschooler who just, when I started homeschooling, please remember that it wasn't something that was being done. So even though I knew about curriculum bundles and I knew all that, and I had transitioned to homeschool at home, I just didn't do that. Yes, I had to take the hard way and create my own curriculum. So, because I wanted a combination of everything. Now, the Nigerian curriculum is available online. You can buy all 5 of them. You have curriculum bundles from the US, you have from the UK. I remember I used to use Rising Stars and Twinkle with my son. But I wanted something more comprehensive because I really wanted a lot of Nigerian stuff in it. So I decided to make my own and create my own. So I got the K5, I combined with the National Curriculum of England. I went to schools, I asked questions about Nigerian curriculum. I put in some Singapore math. I, created my own. And I remember my sister was like, why are you doing this? Just go online and buy something. And I guess I could have done that, but like I said, because I didn't have anybody going before me, really, I didn't have a lot of faith in just one thing. I didn't know anybody who had used anything. I didn't have any examples. I didn't have anybody to call. So like I said, I'm just naturally kind of people like that. So yeah, I did what I did. So it was a tough journey. I'll be up at night lesson planning, building curriculum, doing all sorts of things. So I can't say that it was easy, but I will say that it was fun and I always enjoyed it and I love teaching. So the effort to build the curriculum was there, but it wasn't backbreaking because I loved what I was doing. So she came back home and we started. I will say something about homeschooling beyond the early years. Because she is 4 years older than her brother, and he was in the room when I was teaching her, you have the advantage of having him learn what she's learning regardless, because the child can hear you, right? They're in the room. And so you find that teaching somehow is easier, especially because the older child can even help you with the younger child, especially in my case where there's quite a big gap. So you have that advantage. And then by the time you're teaching him the concepts that he's, in quotes, supposed to be learning, at the time he's supposed to be learning them, he kind of already knows them because he's been through it before. So you have that ease with the second child. So it's always easier with the second child. The most challenging thing about homeschooling beyond the early years would be, again, curriculum and then personality. So my daughter is what we call a problem-based learner. She will, she likes to learn herself, So she's kind of child, you're talking to her, she's like, just give me the work. Just give me the work. I'll do it by myself. She can be like that a lot. So the challenge would be learning when to pull back and learning when to, reinforce or be more present and all that. And then also with extracurricular things. Or, for example, when she was 10, she said she wanted to learn to sew. She wanted to do fashion and design, coding. My son wanted to do coding, engineering. They had all these things that they wanted to learn that I'm not equipped to teach. So I will say one of the biggest challenges is the more complex subjects that maybe you're not naturally equipped for or trained for. And I have a very simple solution: outsourcing. Now, this is a very controversial topic in homeschooling because homeschoolers tend to feel that they have to be supermen or superwomen, teach everything, do everything. If your child wants to learn music, and you're the one doing it. If your child wants to learn art, you're the one doing it. If your child wants to cook, you're the one doing it. Give yourself a break, literally, and outsource. I don't know how to sew, so somebody has to come in to teach them how to sew, or they learn online, or however it will work. But outsourcing is a gift from God. Embrace it. As you get further into the journey, you will learn your own limitations. You will learn, so, and just don't fight. Focus on the outsource on your own core strengths and outsource what you can't do. So yes, that's how we solved that. Music, my daughter wanted to learn the guitar and the piano, my son wanted to learn the violin, I think, and the piano. And so I mean, there's no way. So we've got a teacher for that. And you can get literally someone for everything. If you can't find them, physically, I know maybe you don't want people coming, that many people coming to your home because of COVID, you can do it online. So since then, okay, over time as well, we evolved into like a combination of online schooling and homeschooling. The further we got into sciences and labs and like I said, my son coding, my daughter fashion design and arts. So we have like a hybrid system working right now. And because I'm the person that I am, and my sister is the person that she is. Okay, I didn't mention my sister is so fantastic at teaching math. I am not great at teaching math. I love math, and I'm the kind of math teacher who's like, what don't you get? So that's not very good for the children. So my sister will teach the math. But because we're the way we are, we're not able to completely trust a school, so we can't say, okay, online schooling and, that's it. No. So we have a hybrid system. I will always teach. In fact, I imagine that when they're in university, I'm still probably going to be teaching. I don't know, I can't help it. And I love it, And my younger child, both my children are quite different. Like I said, my older child is a problem-based learner, and my younger child is the kind of child who wants the interaction. He wants you to literally teach him, even though he gets the concept. He loves the visuals. He loves you speaking. He likes the sound of your voice. He wants all of that. So yes, I will always teach. What else is there? Let me see if I can think of anything else. Okay, with homeschooling an older child, you have to be careful with homeschooling children generally, because I've been listening to everybody and I can see that everybody goes out and you have school trips and all of that. One thing I've discovered is that we homeschoolers tend to overschedule, and it's counterintuitive sometimes. Now, for younger children, if you're unschooling, those trips are they're essential. You're watching how your child interacts with the environment. You're watching how they interact with people. They're learning through their experiences, and that's awesome. But I'm not really talking about that. I'm talking about the tendency for homeschoolers to want to do piano lessons, horse riding lessons, cooking lessons, tennis, swimming, football, everything. You want your child to do 5 million things, because at the back of your mind, you're still, I don't say competing, but you need to prove yourself to the people who are in traditional school, so you're trying to overcompensate. And so you overschedule your child. You have to be very careful not to do that, because if you do, it works against you. So the things that you want them to learn, they become overtired, they become touchy, they don't learn them as fast as you would like, or they don't learn them at all, and then they begin to resist your efforts. So I would say that's one of the biggest challenges with homeschooling generally, and homeschooling beyond the early years. You want your child to be on top of things. You want them to be able to compete with their peers, or to be at least at par with their peers. And then you do too much. Don't do too much. Your child's going to be okay. Nothing is going to happen. They're not going to fall behind. They're going to be fine. Just keep it natural. Observe the child, learn their strengths, do what I call hot housing. In this house we hot house. So, for example, you've been homeschooling for a while, you find that this child is very mathematically inclined. Hot house. Concentrate on that. Do everything else and make sure they hit their targets and everything else. But with their natural gifts, really fan the gift in whatever way you can find. Do research, go online, check for competitions, check for groups, check for anything that facilitates that gift, whether it's a toy, whether it's books, whatever it is, whatever resources you can find to hothouse that gift, do. If your child is good with my daughter and my son, for example, my son is very mathematically inclined. He wants to be a builder. He's been very clear since he was 2 that he wants to be a builder. Find whatever works for that. With me, we started with something we call magnet tiles, and then all these things, building equipment, we did all of that. Math books, online math things, quizzes, whatever. Do whatever you can to hothouse that gift. With my daughter, both of them are all-rounders, but they have specific things that they're really into. So with my daughter, she very, very early on showed an affinity for writing and reading. I mean, she was reading, I don't even know, my son as well. With my son, it literally took me 3 weeks to teach him how to read. But again, I don't rush. So I started teaching him how to read when he was 3 and a half, when he was ready. And he got it in 3 weeks, literally. With my daughter, same thing. She likes to write, and so we were hot housing that gift. Write, feel free to write. There's nothing you can't do. Tell them, explain to them that literally it doesn't matter what their ages are. There's literally nothing they can't do. So she wrote her first book at 10, and the truth is, over time, you get more confident at the teaching, at recognizing what needs work, what you can relax on a bit, and all of that. I wanted to address something really quickly. I remember Tokyo was talking, he said something that's really struck me. He said, anything you want to do about a topic or a subject or anything, you decide before you start. Once you start, you finish what you start. I would say that I've adopted that as well. Here, we're not doing we've always given them breaks. Even when we started with the strict school at home method, they would have breaks because everybody gets overwhelmed, even adults get overwhelmed. But I would say that here too, especially as they've gotten older, because in real life, you have to finish tasks. We've adopted that system where what you start, you finish. Now, if you, once you finish something, even if it's just one thing for the day, and you say, I'd like a break, we're open to it. I'll give you a break. We'll give you a break. You can go do something different. But if you start, you finish. That's something that we do here. Another thing is that even with things that they like, children get tired. For example, I'm a writer. I love writing. It's my passion. I literally don't go a day without writing something. And I love reading. But it gets to a place where sometimes writing is work because there's the work of writing as opposed to the passion of it. So it's the same thing with children. They can be the best students. They can be the happiest children. And sometimes they just need a break. One thing that we've done in our own homeschool is usually up until this year, we didn't do school on Mondays because my house is full at weekends. It's how we did our socialization. We'll get to the socialization question. We have people over every weekend. Before COVID, our house, literally, we could have 40 people come through between Friday night and Sunday evening. So for me, weekends are not rest. Yes, because I live in an estate where my mother-in-law lived here, my sisters-in-law live here, my brother-in-law lives here, my own brothers, I have 3 siblings that live here, my father also lives here, we all live within walking distance of each other. So, and I'm the first, my husband is the first. So definitely, my house is a hub, children coming through, all of that. So that has helped me with the socialization question. But I'll be honest with you, even if you don't have that, the socialization thing it's a non-question, it's a non-issue, because children first learn to be friendly at home. There's a scripture that says, a man who will have friends must first show himself friendly. That's the key. It's very simple. I teach my children from birth, make eye contact, ask how a person is, say hello. If they don't say hello to you, you say hello to them. It doesn't take anything off your back. Reach out, walk up to somebody. I remember being somewhere once and we're in a hotel and my daughter saw, she was about, she was little, about 3. And she saw a bunch of people coming in uniform and they looked so smart and she just loved the way they looked. And she said, who are those? I said, go and ask them. And so she walked up to them and said, sorry. She said, oh, hello, I'd like to know who you are. And they told her they were cabin crew from a particular airline. She said, oh, what airline is that? And they told her. And she spoke with them and she asked questions, they answered her questions. Teach them not to be afraid, teach them that people are just people. And even if the people don't respond the way she would like or the way you would like, teach them that, yes, some people are different. So you learn those things at home. I learned those things at home. Like, I think his name is Mr. Ladron said yesterday. The truth of the matter is that being locked up in a room for 6 hours with people and not being allowed to speak, because when you're in classroom, you're not allowed to be chatting with your friends or with your, that doesn't bring socialization. It doesn't teach you to be social. It doesn't teach you to be friendly. It just teaches you to be quiet, and it teaches you to just obey rules. And there's something to be said for obeying rules, but we're human. So the teaching of being human happens at home, in my opinion. I just saw someone say, you will enter noisemaker. Exactly. You're going to go and say you'll be punished. So it doesn't teach you to be social. I don't find that it's teaching you anything. You go out, you're on break, you just want to eat your food, you want to quickly go and run and be on the swing or be on the slide. You're not having real conversations. You're not learning to be a person. In our house, we have what we call sitting down practice, from a very early age. Okay, you're running around, that's fine. Now let's sit down. Let's talk. Don't be on an iPad. Don't be watching TV. Don't read a book. Let's talk. We're people, And so it fosters socialization. And that's really all you need. What you need for socialization for your child is you. Talk to them, listen to them, take feedback. Oh, once my children said to me, we think you need anger management classes. Yes, and I was like, okay, so what do you mean? And they explained to me, and I was like, okay, so you take feedback and you learn, and that way it helps them be able to express themselves without fear. I will say quickly, we are a spanking household, so yeah. Anyway, but it helps them be able to express themselves without fear. It helps them deal with different kinds of people. My husband is super laid back. Like anyone that knows him will tell you, he is the most laid back human being in the world. I, on the other hand, am not that laid back. So this is hence them telling me, you need anger management. So they learn to be people from you first, and so you have to just be intentional about fostering that. You don't need to schedule them for every activity in the world for them to see people so that they are social, in fact, I tend to find they have lots of people that come over, and I find that those children who have been in school since they were 1 and have been schooling can be quite antisocial. They come in, you say hello, they don't say hello. You ask their names and they're like, they mumble, they're not confident. And so it's a fallacy really that homeschool children are not social. I met a homeschooling family. Let me quickly tell you about them. The lady is phenomenal. She has 9 children, 5 adopted children, 4 biological. So she and her husband decided that they would adopt before they had biological children. So they adopted 2 girls, then had 4 biological, and then adopted 3 more children. And she homeschools them all. And I remember her, at the time, 15 and 13-year-old coming to my house. This is when we had just gone back to homeschooling. And they engaged the room for an hour talking about their dreams and their hopes and all the things they do. And I just thought, this is fantastic. I can finally see what can be done and what can be achieved. Because before this, I was doing it blind, like I said. I didn't have any homeschooling community or friends. And these children, now I will tell you quickly that those 2 boys, the 15 and 13-year-old, are both now studying medicine at Johns Hopkins on scholarship. So academically, they were great. And socially, they were awesome, So it's possible. And they don't have, in their own case, they were doing like brass tacks homeschooling. They were missionaries. Their parents are missionaries. So they were in the Republic of Benin, in a village with no light, no water, none of that, no internet, nothing, and they were still able to hit these goals and achieve what they've achieved and still be people. Because at the end of the day, what's really lacking in our society and in our world is the human factor, So we teach our people. We teach our children to be people. School doesn't do that. School teaches our children, and this is no offense to anybody whose kids are in school, because again, it's still up to you. But you can't have that expectation of school. You have to do that. So I think I'll stop here, so that there's room for questions. Ask me anything, I will answer to the best of my ability. But thank you guys for having me. I'm grateful to be here. And Tommy, thank you for the gift. So my brother said yesterday, who sent you this tush little gift? I said, oh, it's this lovely lady called Tommy. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You're welcome on behalf of the homeschooling team. So thank you. Some people are saying you should not stop, you should go on. But
I could go on forever.
I can imagine we can get a sense of the passion, the commitment, the joy, the fulfillment that you get from this journey so far. Thank you. I've just been going like, wow. And I think for me, what stands out, one of the things that stand out is your courage to actually start on a journey where... Sorry, I didn't get it. So one of the things that stands out for me from what you've shared with us is your courage. Choosing to do what you felt was necessary for your child or your children, even when you didn't have immediate examples to fall back on, to lean back on, to say this is how it's being done. I really appreciate that, and that for me is just phenomenal. So thank you. But we'll just go on to some of the questions that we do have, and I'm hoping that you can give us much justice to them. So first one says, please, I hear and I agree with you when you say when the kids are tired, they can take a break. My question is, assume it's first period. What are ways to keep them on task, like practicing test taking or just staying while doing their work? I have two, and they tend to distract themselves.
Okay, there are two ways to go about it. If you have two kids in the homeschool, there are two ways to go about it. One, you can set them separate times for school. So while one is doing something, the other is doing something else completely. It has downtime or is doing free play. How old are the kids? If they're younger kids, then one can be doing free play and you can be teaching one or directing one, depending on what method you're using. So if it's Montessori, they'll tell you you're not teaching, because it's child-led. But you can be spending time with one child and then let another child have free play. Nothing is going to happen again. They won't fall behind. But I don't find that time effective for me. Because there's so many other things to do for me. So what I do is I have them both in the same place. Pardon?
Say that they're two
I didn't get
9-year-olds.
Two 9-year-olds. Oh, that's great. Okay, in that case, if they are distracting each other, I would say maybe you should be a bit stricter, separate them. So let them be in separate parts of the room you're using, literally. So that for them to distract each other, they have to shout across to each other, which doesn't really work. So if, for example, you're using a dining table, I've never had a separate homeschooling space. We're only just doing that now in 2021, where we're creating a room. But before now, we would use the living room or the dining area, or wherever we were, or the streets, or the outside, or the park, or wherever we go. So what I've done with mine, even though they're separate ages, because they can distract each other, is that you make one person accountable for the other, and vice versa. So, if you distract this person is distracted because you're here, then this is the consequence. If that person is distracted, so you're actually accountable for the other person, and then you separate them. I've even gone as far as putting my children's backs to each other, so that literally you'd have to be a contortionist to distract the person behind you. Desperate methods. I know, and it can sound crazy, and maybe even some people tell you, that's just mean, but it's effective. So with two 9-year-olds, you're looking that you're probably teaching, if not the same thing, because I know that they can be at different learning levels or spaces. You're teaching something similar. There can be also, you can give incentives as well. If you're able to, listen and master this concept, then you get this. With my 10-year-old, that works. With my 14-year-old, it also works. It depends what the incentives are, really. It will work for 9-year-olds. Incentives work, and then consequences. We're relaxed, we have a relaxed approach to it, but at the same time, I'm also quite target driven, because I don't want you to be too relaxed or so relaxed that you don't bother mastering anything, because mastery is a thing. It's important at the end of the day, especially the older you get. You are going to have to hit certain targets. So there are consequences for not paying attention. I don't criminalize not understanding, and I don't advise any parent to criminalize a child not understanding the concept. Don't punish them for not understanding, but make sure that they understand that they must pay attention to master something. So I don't punish you for not getting it, but there will be consequences if you're ignoring it. So that's the difference. With the 9-year-olds, put them in separate parts of the room, literally, where they can't touch each other. Literally, you can put one in one corner and put one in another corner, or put them at separate ends of a dining table, whatever it is you use, and then give them incentives and consequences for their actions, for or against.
Okay. So the next question we have here, at what age did your kids start reading? Can you point us to what we can use to teach our kids how to read?
Okay. Both of my children started reading My daughter started reading at about 3.5. By 4, her reading was completely established. Same thing with my son. So I said 3.5, 4. But I want to quickly point out that you shouldn't compare, and also that I started teaching them to read when I saw that they were interested in it. So it wasn't so much from the age of 2, teaching letter sounds and blending. No, what happened was with my daughter, she was born literally just interested in it. With my son, he was interested in letters. So I would notice that he was curious about letters. But I waited for him to really want to read. And then at 3.5, he wanted to read, and we sat down. But it's perfectly normal and on track for a child to learn to read at 5, 6, 7. It's not ideal for some parents, but it's still normal. So it's not about, there's no bar, a fixed bar at which they have to learn to read. Now, I would say that if your child is not reading at 8, maybe you should check some things out. And then also, it might be problematic in that it does affect the rest of their work. I have always felt that reading is the foundation of all learning, and comprehension, not just reading. So they're reading and they understand what they're reading. As for resources, I did all my own again. So, but I know that there are resources. Like I said, there's Twinkle, there's something I call Rising Stars. That one is a bit expensive. So, but they do have free. If you go on the Rising Stars website, it's a UK curriculum website. They do have some free resources, but not that many. What I did literally was I got a whiteboard and I would literally write the letters, and then we'll talk about the sounds together. So I would literally teach them the sounds from the most basic level, and then we started blending, 2 letters and 3 and so on and so forth. So I did it myself. I didn't use any books. But I know that it was later that I found things like Twinkle and Rising Stars, like I said. But you can try those. They're both great. And Twinkle in particular has a lot. It's not a paid advert. I didn't even know that Twinkle was going to be on here today, but I did use them. And Rising Stars, like I said. For the K5, there's something called K5 Learning Online. If you check them out, they have some free resources as well. K5 Learning. But essentially, I didn't use any of those things so much later. I just did it at home on a whiteboard.
Okay, thank you so much. I have this question here, and it kind of ties into discipline, where I was so glad that you talked about being a spanking parent. So I feel like, okay, this would be a good question to direct your way. The person was asking, do you beat your kids? I'm asking because my son goes to school and ordinary assignments I end up beating. So I'm working on this, but how do I handle it?
Okay. Yes, I beat my kids. Yes, I beat my kids. If you misbehave, I don't beat for everything. Definitely not, because if you do that, then it loses its potency and its strength. Sorry, 1 second. Yes. So I do beat them, but it's not a regular thing. And the older they've gotten, the less I've yet to beat them. But I never beat for school, no matter what. It's like I said, with the first question, don't criminalize not understanding. So I'll beat you if you lie. I will beat you if you misbehave in other ways, but I won't beat you if you don't get something. Never, ever, ever criminalize a child not understanding a concept, because what it teaches them is to be afraid to learn, afraid to make mistakes, afraid to try. So you'll find that they're frozen, they won't try because they don't want to get it wrong and be beaten. So I know no matter how hard it is, if you find that your child is frustrating you, or you find that you're frustrated, let me not say your child is frustrating, you find that you're frustrated, step away. Step away. Don't beat the child for not getting it. If the child is being recalcitrant, where they know the concept, they know the concept, they just don't want to do it, then take some time off and explain to them that there'll be consequences, like I said. But the consequences don't have to be beaten. You can take something away. With my children, for example, I've taken away, okay, we don't do TV during the week. And like I said, I can be a crazy parent. So we don't do TV during the week at all. And we have TV and devices during the weekend. I will take away your weekend. I will literally own it and take it back from you. So you can do things like that. Now, because it's homework and you know that it's time, you don't send it, the homework has to go back to school the next day. I would say, please, because I've had parents ask me this question, please never withhold food from your child because the child isn't doing homework or isn't on task. Or please don't do that. Two things, don't beat them for school and don't withhold food for school, please. So the spanking is great, but it should be based on principles as opposed to school. If you lie, you will get beaten. If you steal, you will get beaten. If you do, those are things that are criminalized. School should never be criminalized. If the child doesn't get it, what I used to do when my daughter was in school, the few years she was in school, is I'll send the homework back. Because if the child cannot do the homework, you haven't established the concept. It's very simple. And they know me, I was a crazy parent. I will literally send it back with a note. If you are able to teach it, great, and the child's able to get it at the time. But if they're not able to get it, send it back. The teacher should do what they're meant to do.
Right. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that. The other question we have here, someone is asking if you are still homeschooling your 14-year-old.
I didn't hear that.
Someone is asking if you are still homeschooling your 14-year-old.
Yep. No school to university.
Wow. Okay. Okay, the next question here. How many hours of structured learning?
Pressure. No pressure to anybody. I said no pressure to anybody. Homeschool is the journey. One of the things I wanted to say before is stop when you want to stop. Don't feel the pressure to keep going. You're not disappointing anybody. You're not letting down the community. You're not doing any of that. Part of the reason we are still homeschooling is because there's certain things I like to do. And regular schooling just does not fit in with the lifestyle that I have chosen. It's just not going to work. There's some, for example, if you are a sporting family, if your child plays, I don't know, football, or whatever, and they train for a large part of the day, homeschooling doesn't work. So, or if you like to travel, regular schooling, traditional schooling doesn't work. If you like to travel or you like to be out, traditional schooling doesn't work, so that everything should be tailored to your own specific situation. If you want to stop homeschooling at 3 or 4 or 5, it's perfectly fine. There's no homeschooling ninja to come and fight you, and if they do, tell us mind their business.
Yeah. I'm actually glad you said this because I know that this is also a reality that some of our homeschooling parents are facing. Because when you first start homeschooling your child, you face a lot of opposition, a lot of smirks and remarks from strangers and families alike. And then there's always someone who will say, don't worry, you get tired and send them back to school. And somehow we don't realize, but unconsciously we take up that comment as a competition. We're like, okay, I'm going to do this till the end. Even when you get to the point where you know that I can't do this anymore because of circumstances that have changed internally within your system, it's actually okay to stop. And don't feel like you failed or you've been defeated, or that person will come back and say, hey, I said it. I feel like it's actually important that you stated that don't feel that need to keep going on if you know you have to stop, or stop if you know you have to keep going on. Like, work within what works for you, not because of external pressure from anyone.
Yes. And then also, thank you. And with the children, as they get older, they have, like I said, specific interests. You may not be able to cater to those interests, and that's fine. In my case, it's somewhat unique in that I can cater to my 14-year-old's interests. Now, if she decided she wanted to be a rocket scientist, I wouldn't be able to cater to her interests.
Right.
So you have to just cut yourself some slack. Just when it works, it works. And I will say something quickly. If your child is homeschooled to the age of 5, for example, I promise you that they will be able to handle any form of schooling, and they will retain, to a large extent, the values and principles that you're enforcing at home. And no matter what happens, you have to send your child to school. When they come back from school, you're still their primary caregiver. You can make a difference. So don't think you're giving up. It's fine to stop when you want to stop.
So I think I have 2 more questions, and then we will call it a wrap. The other question is asking, how many hours of structured learning do you recommend daily?
That will depend on the age of the child. I think before the age of 5, this is going to be controversial, but before the age of 5, I don't recommend anything more than 1.5 hours. And with my children as they are now, I think even with a teenager, You don't need anything more than 3.5 to 4 hours max a day.
Okay.
There's so many other things to do with life. So many.
Just I'm curious. Do you engage with other homeschooling communities? Because I know when you first started on the journey, there was little to none where you were. I'm just wondering now that we have a lot more parents homeschooling, do you lean on some kind of support of community around you? Because I didn't know that you mentioned so much of that.
No,
aside from
I
family
haven't.
and friends, that is.
No, not really. My findings have been, I have tried. I remember once I heard of a homeschooling family in Kenya and I was reaching out. I was like, oh my God, there are other people homeschooling. I tried, but it didn't really work. The parents, it just didn't work logistically. And they also were not really interested. So I've had that experience a few times and I just kind of got used to just bringing it by myself. I have gone online. I met a few people internationally, but again, logistically, we can only meet online, or if I were to travel or they were to travel this way, So no, I haven't had a community backing me, so to speak, no.
Okay. All right. So I'm just going to apologize
I was just
for my previous statement where, sorry, I didn't know you were not done.
No, I'm done.
Okay. So I know I had said it was the last 2 questions, but it seems like we just had a pump of some questions and you're our last speaker. So I just want to, I hope you can accommodate someone. Thank you. Okay. Someone is saying, please, can you shed light on transitioning from primary to secondary?
Okay. The first thing I'll say is there doesn't need to be a transition. So, because if you make, I find that what my experience has been is if you make a big deal out of transitioning, you get overwhelmed because you're like, oh my God, how am I going to handle this next stage? So don't look at it as a transition. It's just all still learning. Only you and your whatever grading system you're using have to know that there's a transition. Even your child doesn't need to be introduced to the concept of transition. Just keep doing what you're doing. If you want, I will quickly touch on certificates and certification and exams. Our Nigerian context doesn't allow us to be at peace without your child doing an exam to show that they've done something. There are some schools that will allow you to come and take exams. I remember what comes to mind now is Green Springs. I don't know, the one in Awaya allows you to come and take what they call readiness exams for the next year. So you can go and take an exam to show whether your child is ready to go to the next year or not. And that's all the way from primary school through to secondary. It costs, or it used to cost, $240 a year for a child, not per subject, for all the subjects. So you can do that. You can also do exams online. So you can but this is mainly just to make yourself feel better. The child doesn't need it. And in truth, nobody's going to come looking to see if you have certification for primary 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. And you know what I mean? It's really just for us. But you can do that if you want to. But try not to make a big deal about the transition. Just do what you did. Study what you need to study so you can teach it if you're the one teaching. Get the materials. Buy a curriculum bundle if that's what you're doing. Just keep doing what you're doing. And then casually in conversation, you can say, do you know that you're doing this now? Do you know that you're in secondary school now? Do you know, but don't make a big deal of, we need to get ready for secondary school. Secondary school is coming. There's no need for that.
Okay, thank you. So the other question.
Oh yes, my sister just reminded me that there's stats. If you want to do, if you're working with the National Curriculum of England, there are stats. You can buy stats materials. I think they're from Collins, I think. And then so they have like an exam. I'll put something, I'll send a message out. I can't remember the exact materials now, but I've used them where they call stat bundles. So you can there's like a primary 6 exam that they'll have printed out for you. You buy it. It costs about, at the time, because I had to convert, it costs not expensive, £2.50 at the time. So you have all the checkpoints and then you have like the proper exam paper. You can do that and give that to your child.
So this next question touches on something we've also tried to ask across all of our speakers. This person is finding out if you run a business of any sort, And how do you combine other areas of your life when your kids are 100% dependent on you?
Okay, yes, that has been the journey. I should have spoken about that. Yes, I used to have a business. I had a shop where I was selling children's clothes, and I literally used to take my children to my shop. My daughter used to go with me to the shop. So we're doing stuff there. We're doing school in the shop and all of that. It's hectic, but there were some advantages in that she learned how to sell, and it's established math. So, okay, someone literally, I would have her help me, or I'd have her say, oh, go pick out that pair of jeans, or go bring that top. Remember the blue one, the yellow one. So it was establishing learning concepts with her being in the shop with me. You know, so I did that. Then I closed the shop, and I've been focusing on my writing. And I just write at night. I don't sleep. Essentially, I write at night. So I write at any time. So if they're doing something, I can be writing. I was literally I finished a comprehension book 2 days ago or 3 days ago. I was doing it as they were doing their work as well. So I literally just use any moment I find. I can't, because I don't have the luxury of having a lot of hours to myself by myself. Because there's school, there's my husband, there's life. Like I said, I'm the first in my family, my husband is first in his. There are people coming through, there's family to tend to, there are friends to tend to, there's faith to tend to, because in our home, our faith is our fulcrum, we're Christians, and everything is tied to that. So there's also that to tend to. I was listening to Toki and other people talk about copy work. Our copy work is the Bible as well. Literally, my children are having to write out, even at this age, now not because of copy work per se, but because of establishing biblical concepts. They're writing from Genesis to Revelation in their copywork books. So there's not that much time to just say, okay, I'm going to have 4 hours to do what I need to do. So I've learned to multitask and do what I need to do as I'm teaching, or as I'm marking, or whatever it is that I'm doing, or just talking to them, or they're here right now as we're talking, So I've learned to combine things, we don't, as parents, we don't always have the luxury of carving out time.
Okay. Thank you so much. I was just going to also mention towards the end of our conversation that you would be our only speaker whose kid or kids did not feature in the video. But you just said that they're here, so somehow they're sort of featured.
They're here. They're here.
Right.
They're both here.
Okay. This last question, I like the question because let me just ask a question. The person is asking, if as a parent, I don't think myself knowledgeable enough or competent in core learning areas, does this affect my ability to homeschool? What if I end up outsourcing every learning area? Can I then say I'm homeschooling?
Yes, you can, because essentially homeschooling is schooling at home. I have a friend who is from Mexico, and she doesn't speak English very well. And she had this concern because she wanted to homeschool her children in English. So she's like, I literally can't do that. And I said, it's fine, get teachers. The important part is that they are at home, you are at home with them. You're overseeing it, even though you're not the one doing the teaching. You're looking through the work, you're learning as they're learning because of your English. And they're in environments, in their natural environments. That's the most important thing about homeschooling. It's the environment. It's not so much who's doing the teaching, it's the environment, So you can definitely outsource everything. Because a person who has never been to school, for example, should be able to have the choice to homeschool. You can outsource everything, but just be present.
Okay. Right. There was a question here on curriculum and certificate exams. I think you addressed that to some degree. Just a follow-up to the response that you had given on keeping kids on task. Someone is trying to find out if she's considered separating them, but she's anxious about the fact that whenever they get to learn with other kids, would she have conditioned them to only focus when they're alone? Because if they end up back in school, there's a possibility that they will always get distracted.
Yeah.
So how does she manage that?
Okay, I will say something. In my experience and with other children that we have, because in our homeschooling journey, we've had times when other people have brought their children, can you help us with this? Or can they come for a while and all that? So with sometimes they're 2, sometimes they're 4. As they get older, first of all, we tend to naturally develop more focus. But if they're really having a hard time with distraction, I would consider them starting an extracurricular activity that develops focus. What do I mean? Like I mentioned before, we have sitting down practice in my house. Sitting down practice starts like 3 years old, where you sit down. The first thing you do is you learn to sit down without doing anything at all for short periods of time. So you sit down, literally with the 3-year-old, I'll say 2 minutes. You sit down, no talking, nothing. You're just looking at each other, you're not doing anything. You're just being a person. And you're sitting down. The older they get, the longer the time, until you get up to 15 minutes. By the time a child is able to just sit down for 15, at the 15-minute point, you can introduce, you're looking at a book or whatever. Once you get to that point, they've learned a measure of focus that helps at school. If that doesn't work, like I said, develop something or pick an activity that's not a school-related activity that develops focus. It can be chess. These things are targeted at focus. With my children, in sport is golf. So they learn to focus. And it always comes back to school. It always comes back to schoolwork. So if you're really having a very difficult time, look for outside activities that don't have to do with school, where they can learn. And then I will say something. If they're 9 years old, they're probably playing video games. That is the greatest killer of focus in life. I promise you. Video games will destroy a child's focus. It's always a struggle. It even affects personality. So if they're playing video games, you need to please cut that down. If they're watching too much TV as well, please cut that down as well. I know as homeschooling parents, because we have other things to do, the tendency to use the TV to nanny is there. Again, I was quite radical. My daughter didn't even see a TV until she was 3. I didn't even have one in my living room because we're very into human connection. So if you're going to visit me, let's talk. Let's not watch TV on the visit. Right. You know what I mean? So it's like in my house, the TV is yesterday. TV didn't go on, and it sounds crazy and it can be difficult to do, but it's possible. So reduce TV, reduce video games, encourage reading. Reading is the cheapest, easiest way to develop focus. Let them read for pleasure outside of school, and it helps. It's not always easy. You don't, maybe if you're not a reader yourself, you don't remember it. Put it on your phone. Set a reminder. Put a reminder on your phone for reading time. It will help.
Whew. Thank you so much. Oh my God. If I keep attending all the questions, we won't leave here today. So I'm just going to ask, are you social? And what's your preferred way to be reached if you're open to be reached, in case I still have more questions?
Okay. So my Instagram handle is righteously sosa. Maybe I should type that in because
please.
Yeah.
Please write it to everyone.
I'm a dinosaur when it comes to technology. So I'm trying to, this is what my family tells me anyway. Anissa, come here. Okay, yeah, there we go. I was just calling my daughter. I call her my consultant. This is my handle. Okay, to everyone. So just give me a second. Anyone is fine. Email, Instagram. I think Instagram might be the fastest. So yes. I'm not on Twitter because I think those people are vicious. Literally, I develop hives when I go to Twitter. It's so scary. So yeah.
Nigeria has done you a good thing. I mean, it's been banned for now. So
it's so scary. I find it so scary. My email is also, yes, a good place to go. I'm sending that now.
So I think our final question for us would be, how do you take care of yourself?
How do I take care of myself?
Yes, like how do you what do you do for you? How do you take care of yourself in the midst of all the homeschooling, the mommy, being the first child in, the wife in, all of that? How do you take care of yourself?
I didn't get the last part. How do I take care of myself? How?
Like what do you do to relax, to refresh? Just to take time out for you as a SOSA to say this is like my time to relax and to breathe and all of that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll say I haven't been very great at that up until last year. I think last year was the first year I was like, you know what? I need to pamper myself some. So how do I do that? I read. I love to read. So I have reading time. Like I said, we're not a big TV family, but I decided, okay, I'm going to look for some shows and watch them. I like crime shows, so I watch those. So I watch TV sometimes, and then I read, I cook. Yeah, I know it's crazy, but cooking is kind of therapeutic for me. So I do that sometimes. I go for walks. I love walking. I'm not an exercise junkie, but walking has always been for pleasure for me. It's a pleasure. So I walk. And I just shut down. I play games sometimes. I love to play Scrabble. I play Scrabble online every day.
And
Every
okay,
single day.
thank you so much. This has been really fun, really educative and informative, just around inspiring that you have teenagers who you're still homeschooling, and you started when you didn't know anybody who was doing what you were about to do. It's just amazing. Thank you so much for giving us your time, your experience, and being a resource to us today. We really do appreciate it. Thank you. Hope you have a wonderful
Thank you so much
ahead of you. We hope to have you another time when we come knocking at your door.
Thank you so much for having me. It was awesome. And all the other speakers have been great. I've learned so much.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Good. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're still here with us, thank you. Thank you so much for giving us your Saturday. Like we said earlier at the start of the event, you could have been doing any other thing today, but you chose to invest your time with us today, and we really do appreciate that. So we're just going to go straight on into our giveaway. Whew, it was not easy trying to put this together, and all of the gifts that we have are coming courtesy of the sponsors that we have from today's event. I'm just going to call them out again. So we have My Fun Box, that's Igbo Child. We have Twinkle, Dr. Connect, Sparkle Kids, Children's Language School, and Alor CV Signatures. Thank you all so much. And of course, there are so many individuals who did like their own donations. Thank you all very, very much. We really do appreciate you. Now, to the time that we've all been waiting for, let's just call out. So we do want to do the honors. Let me do it.
Okay. So, for the person that will win our wellness check, so I hope you're in Lagos and you can go to Ikeja to go for this check. Oluchi Joseph. For our fun box, we have Moyosola Rotimi, Jumoke Rotimi, and Hikma. But Hikma is in Ilorin, so I don't know how you want to do the delivery, but if you can, then please let us know. Then Nkechi Ijimachi, one blackboard with markers, the Yoruba books and flashcards. We have Adeshope and Olu Bukola Kibi. The whiteboard goes to Nuke. I'll put everything out, so then our subscription for Twinkle goes to Lois, Catherine in Ghana, Blessing, Oinjamola, and Caroline also in Ghana. We have some, let me show you this one, some BBT, skincare. So that goes to Musimi Oluwa and who again? Okay, so
Caroline.
And the book from Sparkle Kids goes to Eboluwa, and okay, the other BBT goes to Kende Helen. Yeah, so I guess that's it. Oh,
Congratulations to everyone who won one item or the other. We're going to just try to put that in the comments so you can like see who won. If you're outside of Lagos, please reach out to us so we can arrange, but you're going to manage delivery. I think we already stated that at the beginning. So you're going to manage delivery to where you're located, especially for someone like Lauren and the person who is taking the wellness check, Oluchi Joseph. I hope that you're in Lagos. I did try to check that you were in Lagos so that you can enjoy the wellness check. Having said all of that, we've come to the end of today. Oh my God, I am so thankful to everyone. I am very excited. I hope that you've been inspired, encouraged. You've learned one or two things. You picked up resources. Please take advantage of the community you have around you. Reach out to our speakers. They're willing and they're available to help you as best as they can. Reach out to Tomi. She has a blog that is just one of the best. You have as many resources as you need, and even contacts to other kinds of areas of interest that you may have as well. This has been wonderful. Remember, don't compare your life. Just do what you can with the resources that you have available within you, and lean on the support of those you have around you. You'll be amazed at how much your kids will blossom if you do all of this and just focus on them and not on what people are expecting you to do. Tomi, if you do have final words to say, then we can close this. But from Chema here, thank you all so much. I look forward to seeing us next year in person when we'll have the 4th edition. Yay!
I want to say a big thank you, most especially to our speakers, because and to all the other people that we literally organized this event together, because I asked questions, what are their problem areas, even for the homeschooling families that I reached out to before we put this event together. So please, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate you guys. And I hope it's been a lovely time for you and inspiring as well. Thank you so much.
All right. Have a wonderful evening. You can go and drink all the water, catch up on dinner, check on your kids, and just have a wonderful weekend ahead of you. Thank you also so much. See you next year. Bye. If you can stay around, we'll just list out all the people who have won if you want that. But other than that, yes, have a wonderful evening. Bye-bye from us.